Hello, welcome back everybody. Another live stream, and we are doing some retooling, remastering, some fixing of a class, the wizard class. That's right. I have decided to approach the wizard. Wizard is by far my favorite class to play. It is also probably the most overpowered class that there is, and not necessarily for the reasons that a lot of people might expect, but it's also one of the more complicated classes to play. So I'm going to put up a poll. Feel free to take part in that. I see that Fred Huber is here. Thank you for showing up. This is going to be a long live stream. It will take me a long time to do the work that's required on this. And I suggest you grab some food, some drink, make sure you're comfortable. And Derp, I see Derp is here as well. So yes, get some food and drink, get comfortable. I'll get started, and I'll really pretty much explain everything that I'm planning to do today, and then we're just going to do it because I will show you. That's the plan. Anyway. Hi, welcome to How to RPG. My name is Fred Wheeler, and welcome to How to RPG, where I talk about role-playing games. But today, what am I doing? I am going to fix or remaster the Wizard class for Dungeons and Dragons 5e. Now, a few of you might be thinking, so what does that mean? Fred, what do you mean by remaster or fix the Wizard? Because frankly, is there anything wrong with the Wizard? Is there anything that needs to be done to the Wizard in the first place? And I definitely understand people's perspective when they talk about, well, I don't see that there's a problem. I don't see that we need to do anything with it. It's fine as it is. I'm also aware that it's very easy to see something we do not want anything taken away. So one of the things you will have noticed as I've been remastering various classes for Dungeons and Dragons 5e is I have quite often been giving them more rather than less. And I've been giving them more at the higher level rather than at the lower levels, although I have given some classes stuff at the lower levels. And the Wizard is one of those things that they're probably going to have a very different approach to, even though I love the Wizard. Okay, so I want to go over my design goals for today so you know exactly what I plan to do, so that you understand as you give your feedback in the live chat, which I will be tracking, what I am trying to achieve. I will also go through and explain the notes that I've been given by my home group and that I have taken about what I want to try to achieve with the designing of the Wizard. What am I trying to get to? And then I'm going to do it. And then I'm going to go through and we'll work our way through, and I'll make changes to things that I think need to have changes. And when I think something is fine, I will leave it as it is. That's what I plan to do. Okay. This is going to take a while. I would imagine 4 or 5 hours. I will take a break every hour. Okay. Design a class. I've said this before. Design a class that I like and my home group wants to play. I'm not Wizards of the Coast. I'm not here to pander to somebody else and their desire. What I am here to do, in the process of showing you what I want to do for my own group and for myself, and how I would like to prefer to play the Wizard class, I'm hoping that you will open your doors to the idea of making modifications to the class where you see that they need to make and have changes made that the designers are not doing. I'm very much open to the idea that maybe people will like what I'm doing, but more importantly, that they'll make adjustments for the game themselves, the game that they're playing. Okay, I want to ensure the class has a wide spread of features that cover all the pillars of play. That means exploration, social interaction, combat, world building, and that X factor. I've said this before. One of the things that is very important with a Wizard is that the Wizard does a lot of different things. It covers all these bases very easily. You do not really need to work that hard because they cast spells. Spread out the features across the levels is very important to me. One of the things with the Wizard, though, is they probably shouldn't have that many features. That's just a reality that I've always seen with the Wizard, is they probably should not have anywhere near as many features as another class because they have spells. That's the one thing about the Wizard. Their spells are what they do well. Yeah. Make level 10 features not suck. That is going to be difficult. I'm still sort of not quite sure how that's going to work. So level 10 features and above really do sort of suck. when you're playing a wizard. They're not that good. So it's very easy to look at the wizard and say, well, I'll just multi-class. Level 10 features need to have some fluff and story requirements and quests. This is a desire that my home group has had. So I've got to try to build that in. I'm going to ignore a lot of what Wizards of the Coast has done, Paizo, Kobold Press, etc. Because if I was happy with what they were doing, then I would be playing that class. I wouldn't be doing this. But it doesn't mean I wouldn't look at some of the things that Wizards of the Coast have been trying to do with the Wizard recently. And it won't mean that I don't look at previous publications, because I have every version of Dungeons & Dragons in front of me right now, apart from original D&D. And the reason being that original D&D is not something that I have on my bookshelf, but also too, I'm not necessarily trying to emulate something from the original game, because I think the original game was really just loosely based off chainmail in terms of the combat system that was adopted. Although the original combat system was just throwing a coin, tossing a coin. So if you really wanted to combat, we could just toss a coin. Eliminate the desire to multi-class from the class. I do not really want the wizard to be multi-classed. That doesn't mean you couldn't do that, but I don't want to build it in such a way that it looks like I would be better off to multi-class. I want to, if you're going to multi-class, I want you to look at it and say, actually, I'm probably better off not to. So the class has got to be strong enough to stand on its own 2 feet. Remove class features that use a bonus action. I can't stand bonus actions. I don't like short rests. I think it's a poor mechanic that doesn't need to be there. We do not need to have a short rest and a long rest to regain things. There's just so many things you've got to track, so I don't like that. And bonus actions, I much prefer the idea of simply having a main action and movement, and that's it. It's bad enough having to deal with reactions and suddenly having bonus actions in there. And then, of course, free actions come up. So I really want to trim off some of the action economy that's going on with the class. Ensure that Game Master has the necessary tools to adjudicate the high-level features, which is going to be a bit difficult because I have every intention of putting a Mage Tower as an option into the Wizard. That is a difficult task to do, and so I'm not sure how I'm going to structure that so it works. We'll see. And then I'm going to remove the old subclass system and put in a different system. Now, for those of you who are unaware, subclasses were a way of you sort of customizing your class, which I totally get. But here's the problem. I don't think the system works very well, and I have put in a different system which has more progressions. So in other words, you get more and spread out over a wider range of levels. So that's quite deliberate on my part, so that I achieve certain key points along the way. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Okay, so those are my goals for those of you who are wondering. Hello, Phil. Now, Phil is a designer, and I am not a designer, but I am learning. I'm learning the hard way. Fred Huber, you got here, bring back the fireball that would expand. Whatever easiest way to take up 36,000 cubic feet, and it was a fun mechanic. I'm not fond of that idea at all. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that. So I'm going to go over the notes that my home group gave me so that you know what they were asking for. My home group are made up of power gamers, and therefore I have a little bit of a problem in that I did not let us say, look, I can't take anything away, but I can add things. But I could change things. Even if I don't take it away, I can change what's already there. So that's something, right? I'm not sure how this is all going to work. Phil, is going to be an interesting day. Because we're now moving into the classes that I consider to be much more difficult to adjust. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm feeling. Every way is a hard way nowadays. There is no easy fix. There is no easy approach, unfortunately. So here are some of the things that my home group have given me, and I'm going to just grab my phone so that you can actually see what I've written down, and then we're going to go through that process and do it. And I think what I will do, even though I have a poll running, those of you, I see there are 8 people here. The 8 of you who can actually type into the chat, you need to be subscribed to be able to comment. I want you to give me some feedback on where we start with the wizard. So I'm going to put that question in now. Let me do that. Hashtag. Do we start with redesigning old features or new features for the wizard? I finally, most of the time I find that people say the thing they want to deal with right now are the old stuff. Do we start with redesigning old features or new features for the wizard? And those of you who are willing to put in a comment, I'll pay attention, and we'll see how we go. All right, so let me get my phone going. Love hearing your perspective and how much you adapt the game to meet your team's wishes. Yeah, well, it's not just their wishes, it's also mine. So dual purpose. Anyway, okay, I've got the phone up in front of me, and that means that I can actually transition over to my new screen, which should be the one that shares, so you can see what I've got down in terms of notes. And I think that is right there. Here we go. Here are my wizard notes. I'm sure it's going to look strange to people, but I'm going to take my hat off. My head is already starting to expand in that thing. Okay. So first off, I want to acknowledge that I think that the wizard is too powerful. So I need to depower the wizard somehow. How I go about depowering the wizard, I'm not entirely sure. But there's got to be something done. I love playing wizards. It's one of my favorite classes to play outside of playing a monk. But the wizard is way too powerful. So how do I depower a wizard without taking away from it what it needs to be able to do? Also, even probably more important than the fact that the wizard is too powerful. Now, the problem when I say too powerful, one of the problems with the wizard class in Dungeons & Dragons 5e is not actually the class itself. It's the spells that they can cast. It's the 5e spells are too powerful for the game system that you're dealing with. Either there are spells that scale when they shouldn't scale. Cantrips are a good example of this, but I can't deal with that today. I'm not going to redesign spells today. And then you have Fireball that scales, but its starting point at level 3 is way too powerful for the level wizard that you are. Like it does way too much. It is way too powerful. It becomes the go-to spell for anything, which is like fine, but I find it quite frustrating that even I have to acknowledge that not taking Fireball is a silly thing to do, because everything just gets chewed up by 8 6-sided dice with a Fireball. So the wizard class itself, although it's too powerful, part of the problem is not the wizard class, but it's the spells that they can cast that are actually one of the bigger aspects of the problem. Now, I can't redesign spells today, as I said. But complexity is probably even more important than the overpowered stuff. The wizard is way too complicated and way too confusing, and really makes it quite miserable to play a wizard when you do get to play a wizard. I don't like the fact that it's that level of complexity. Vancian magic, I had its place, I get it, I understand what they're trying to achieve, but unfortunately they've taken Vancian magic to another step, and it's actually become way too difficult to handle. Way more complicated than it even started out. It's even more complicated than AD&D in many respects. Okay, so make Arcana, that skill, a standard skill. You just get that. I'm just going to give you that, because there's no point. It would be ridiculous to play a wizard and not have Arcana as a skill. So why is that a choice? It's not a choice. You just take it. Remove the Vancian magic system completely. So things like prepared spells, bullshit. Getting rid of that. Spell slots, they got to go. I've had quite enough of that. What we will add, and I know I probably won't do that today, is we'll add in a wizard's mishap table for spell casting. Now, I've put down all 16 cantrips are gained at level 20. Now, I've had a good hard think about what that means. That would actually undermine my first note, my first design note. So I can't do that, but I want there to be the opportunity for a player to try to work towards that. So it would be possible, but you'd have to work towards it. So I've come up with a different way of thinking how that might work, which you'll probably be a little bit interested to hear about, but we'll get to there. We're going to give them a Mage Tower permit. In other words, the ability to either have a Mage Tower or build a Mage Tower at level 10. We've been doing this with strongholds for everybody else. I think a Mage Tower is very appropriate for a wizard. Oh my god, it's my buddy! I just spotted you. Sorry, I just looked down at my phone and I can't believe it. Here you are. Hello. How are you, Wally? I hope you are feeling a little bit better than you were before. Resource power budget is primary, then feature can use, ignore these resources. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Depower? Yes, I mean, I'm seriously, perhaps restrict the spell list in accordance with the School of Magic. Like if they are evocation, they only need to have at least. So I've got an idea of how to make that work. But I still want it to be possible for a wizard to become very powerful. You would have to work much harder to get there. So AD&D had a mishap table for failed spells and one for mixed potions. So this is very much where my head is at, Fred Huber. I believe that AD&D's mishap table for spells is a really good idea. I've seen it work really nicely in Shadow Dark, and because I mean really that's where Shadow Dark got it from AD&D. So I really feel like the mishap table is an important aspect of it. Wally, I'm so glad to have you here. Anyway, let's keep going, shall we? All right, so what I also want to do is I want to give them a ring or a spell book. I'm actually inclined to think that their spell book should be, because a spell book for a wizard is one of the most important aspects of a wizard. And I feel like maybe the spell book being used to be able to allow them unlimited uses of plane shifting. I've kind of done that with the cleric already. I want it to look a little bit different. I'm not entirely sure exactly how it will look. I was thinking 10 minutes, but now that I look at that note, I actually think maybe making it longer rather than shorter. Why is that? Well, because they have to work for their power, whereas a cleric gets given their power by their deity. And that's generally how I see it in terms of the difference between a cleric and a wizard. So I think you probably should spend a little bit longer to get that portal open. Followers for a wizard, they're going to be mages. We're going to add that in. Legendary magic item at level 17. I think it's going to be 17. I don't know. I have still, maybe actually 18 for all you know. And then some sort of membership to a wizard guild. I want a wizard or mage guild membership set up. We're going to give them an apprentice because out of everybody, the wizard should have an apprentice. Access to training for a riding mount. I'm not so sure about this one. That's why I got a question mark beside it. And I've got to avoid trying to make the wizard more overpowered. I think a lot of the things that I'm doing aren't necessarily going to make them more powerful in combat. They will just give them more things they can do. But we'll see. I'm honestly not too sure. So they don't seem like a lot of notes. Why is that compared to some of the other things I've done? The reason being is I've got to figure out how to give them something without giving them too much. How do I give them something that makes it interesting but without giving them too much? It's not that easy. Anyway, we'll get there. Anyway, so what do we got here? Shiner 81. Hey Fred, yes, feeling a bit better, a bit gooder. I am at work listening a bit. Okay, before I go home. Well, hopefully I can be interesting while you do this. Now, I noticed that nobody's actually mentioned, nobody said, there's a few of you here, am I working on the new stuff or am I going to go and fix the old stuff today? I'm happy to fix the old stuff today and work on the new stuff next time I come back. It's probably going to take a little while. So you need to let me know. In the chat, you type in, do you want me to work on the new stuff or work on the old stuff and revamp it? Yep. We've got Shiner 81. Hello, Shiner 81. Ran a campaign with the wizard staff was the essence spell focus and spell book. They carved their spells into their staff, and that was and there was limited space. Fair enough. That's actually an interesting idea. I hadn't even considered that. So yes, I'm waiting for your feedback, people. There's a few of you here. So now I've already put in a lot of stuff into this already. Before I even started, I did a little bit of homework. Okay, so it's not like I'm starting out from scratch. So what we have here is I'm going to have to add titles because all my players have insisted that the titles for the classes have to come back. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. We can do that. Spell casting, arcane tradition. I'm going to probably keep the term arcane tradition unless somebody comes up with a better idea. I think that's fine for now. A lot of the sort of things that the wizard gets are pretty much going to stay where they are. But I'm still going to make some adjustments along the way. You can see where I've placed a few things to start off with. Like, yeah, okay, there's some stuff here that's already been figured out that I want to position stuff for. So we'll see how this all works out. But you'll notice that I've left out a capstone. I've left out a whole bunch of things here. So I might just jump back to my head cam, and then maybe I should just start a new poll for those of you who are actually here. Those of you who don't want to use the comment section, that's fine. Still think discussing resources casting style is primary. So my instinct is that I need to go back and deal with the spell casting aspect of the wizard, full stop. That's where a good point is. But again, I'll end this poll. Yes, no, undecided. So there's a few of you who don't really think the wizard needs changing, and I get it, but it's happening for me. So let's do this. What aspects of the wizard class do we adjust first? So I guess the first one would be old features, new features, let's go undecided, and for those of you who, undecided, can I get it to undecided? Good, yes. And then we have always the just watching. Those of you who don't want to really commit to anything, that's fine. And I'll put this poll up. What aspects of the class do we adjust first? So I'll give you time to sort of punch that in, have some feedback, and give me an idea if we want to start. And I will just get started on what I was going to do for now. Where are we? This is it. Okay, here we are. All right, so a couple of things we'll do is I will put in sort of some markers. Now the idea behind the markers is not so much to say that's what I'm going to definitely keep, because that's not true. That's not really where my head is at. But markers in terms of where do I want to position things, where can I position things, how much do I need to incorporate, how little do I need to incorporate? I guess that's where my head is at with this. So we're going to look at the table first. We have signature spell, which I'm not a fan of signature spell. Never have been a fan of signature spell. I've never seen signature spell get used because nobody's ever played a wizard all the way to level 20 that I know of. But there's been a lot of discussions around it. We have Spell Mastery. I'm going to move Spell Mastery not to level 18, but I'm going to put Spell Mastery at level 17. Why is that? Because I already have an Arcane Tradition at level 18, and I want to scatter things a bit. So Spell Mastery. I'm going to put up some question marks. I'll put 3 question marks. That gives me an idea. These things are probably going to change or get adjusted in some way. Cantrip shouldn't do damage, or shouldn't Now, what's that? Or cantrip shouldn't what? Scale with level. Yeah, I agree, but I can't refix spells at this point. This is not what today's about. I agree with you, Fred Huber. Cantrips, I think cantrips should do damage, but they shouldn't scale, because what you find is with a cantrip and a wizard is as they scale, you're actually doing more damage than a basic attack from one of the other classes. I'm not necessarily looking for the wizard to be able to keep up with everybody else in terms of their damage output, because they don't need to, because they have other spells that do area effect things. So it's unimportant to think that way. But I agree that cantrip shouldn't scale, but I'm not dealing with that today. Okay, so just make that clear. Next, we have spellcasting. We have arcane recovery. Now, arcane recovery I don't like. It's normally at level 1. I'm going to put arcane recovery at level 2. And I'm going to put some question marks beside it, 3 of them. One of the reasons being because what I have in mind probably means that arcane recovery won't be any good to you. That arcane recovery will become obsolete. That you won't need it for a wizard. Or even if you did have it for a wizard, there really wouldn't be any point. So I'm just going to warn you with that one. That's where my head is at with regard to that aspect of the class. Okay, now with regard to spell casting and how many spells you have, the number of spells that a wizard learns at each character level. So this is a scale. This scale is probably not right. And if you look at this and you'll think, is this what we're dealing with? I had initially thought I would just port over what I was doing with the cleric, but I'm not going to do that. Instead, what I plan to do is I plan to give the progression. I'm going to use almost exactly the same progression that already exists in 5e in terms of the number of spells you know. That's not the number of spells you can cast, because I intend to make it that you could cast the same spell infinitely, provided you don't fail. I'm going to start covering that very shortly. So this table does not represent spell slots or how many spells of first level or second level you can cast. What it represents is how many spells of that level you have learned. That's it. If doing what I expect, arcane recovery might be, I've all described. I have a completely different idea for arcane recovery, but I'll let you in on it. Now, I was also thinking about cantrips. One of the things that I've always found frustrating is you don't really get access. You can't learn new cantrips as you're playing a wizard. You get a certain amount, that is it, no more. Yet you can learn other spells as a wizard as long as you can get a scroll. Or you can find a spell book. But you can't learn any more cantrips than what you already start off with. So we're going to use the progression from the player's handbook. I'm going to make it fairly much identical. I wasn't planning to do this initially, and then I decided actually we're going to actually make our wizard character work their butt off. I think that is probably one of the most important aspects is with a wizard, if you're going to play a wizard, you need to work to make it happen. So that's what I'm going to do. So 5 goes up to 10. And I actually don't like that idea. I think what we'll do is we will go, it won't be quite the same progression. I think we're going to go 6. I'm going to give them one more. 6. 6. No, come on. 6. And one more. I think that gives us 5 progressions of 6. And then we'll go progression 5. No, 5. Try a 5. That's it. Get your numbers in right. Okay. And we keep going. 2, 3, 4. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we'll go progression 4. And we keep pumping that in. 4, 4, 4, and 4. Now, why am I doing this? I'm doing it this way because I intend for you to be able to learn more cantrips beyond just what you just get. Okay, if you work harder as a wizard, you should get more stuff. I think that's the whole point of the wizard class, is if you work hard as your wizard learning stuff, you get more things. If you don't work hard, you don't get that much stuff. It's as simple as that. So 2, we're going to make this 3. This progression's actually fine. And then after that, it's just straight 4 all along, if I remember right. 4 down the line. Hopefully this is giving you guys time to actually decide what you want me to work on. This is nothing new. You've already seen this table, right? So I'm really just entering numbers, giving you time to vote. And that goes to there. Okay, so I've only made a slight change to that. Next, going up here, we're going to go now. Actually, we'll do this. I think that's going to be a much better idea. Okay. Level 1. Level 2. So again, so I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, and then we drop off to 3. I think that's what I want to do. 1, 2, 3. So you're going to get a few less. You're going to have to work to get them, and you won't be going any higher than 3. So that's your standard there. Remember, wizards can get more spells. They just have to work to get them, right? That's the whole point. This is supposed to be 4. Did I go all the way down, did I? Okay. And then our level 2 spells will be going to a maximum of 3. And all the way down to there. Okay, so our 3rd level spell we get at level 5, but we want to, I want to go 3 here. Now, and we will change these 4s into a 3, so at about level 7 you'll get 3 3rd level spells, and then it won't go up anymore after that. It'll just sit there. So what you're seeing me do is I've initially given them a few less spells than they would normally get. But I'm giving them 1 more cantrip, and when we put in the other changes, it will be possible for them to pick up more spells. That's the whole point of playing Wizard, is you learn new spells, you put more spells in your spell book, you get better at doing stuff. Okay, next, 1, 2, 3, and I want to shift this to 3. And then the rest of it is going to bottom out at 3. This is for the level 4 spells, 1, 2, 3. So at level 7, you get 1 spell. 1, 2, 3, and then we go down from there. I would normally have a task like this, which is just data entry, making and changing numbers. I would have left to the end of this live stream, but I'm probably not going to be able to do that. I think this filter's pointed out that one of the key problems with the wizard is you have to start with the magic spell casting system. Level 9, they're going to get a level 5 spell. They get 1, 2, and then our progression will go level 5, level 5, level 5. I think we went up too high on this one. I want to be trimmer. Trim it down. 5, 3, 3, 3. Okay, so that's what I'll do. So at level 20, 19, 18, you'll get 3, and the rest will be a 2, 3, and these will be 2s. So we're going to limit your use, our access to those. You're going to have to go and find them. You're going to have to find those spell blocks. You're going to have to battle some wizards. That's the whole point. Battling wizards is one of the fun parts. Okay, next, level 6. Level 6 spells. We're going to get 1 at level, now what's the level for this? Level 11, isn't it? Yes, level 11. and we're going to go 111. So we're going to trim that back a bit more. As the spells get more powerful, you get fewer of them. Spell failure equals you can't cast it again that day, and arcane recovery would be once a day. Get one of those back usable. Yes, Fred Huber, I totally get where you're going with this, and that's just, that's kind of where my head is going. Like that's really one of my intentions. But I also want to put it in a different place. I don't want to put it right out the bat. It would be handy to be able to regain a spell. For sure. Right. Level 7. So level 7 spells, you get them at level 13. You get 1 progression, and progression's fine. And at level, I think that's right, level 20, you should be getting 2 level 7 spells. The rest of the time it's just level 1. Okay, just one of those. Okay, level 8. Progression is only 1s, so you only get 1. And then the same thing with level 9. Okay, all right. So that's the progression I'm going to use. So it's a little bit different, but not, it's not hugely different from what we already had. Okay, so that's the number crunching aspect of it right now. But we're not finished. So let's go and have a look and see how this poll is going and see what you want me to work on, and I'll get started. I've got most of the assets in place. Here we go. You've got a lot of undecided. Old features, new features. People want to deal with new features. Okay, well, let's deal with new features. Out of 7 votes, you could, and yes, I am very tempted to push arcane recovery to somewhere else. Like, I can tell you that. I had thought of that very much. So since you want, so far people want me to deal with the new features. It's not a decisive decision, but 29% of you want me to deal with new features, not old features. And you got undecided 43%. So a lot of you are very, very unsure of that, that's fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to deal with new features, not old features, and I will start putting them together. Okay. All right. So let's make that happen. I'm going to work backwards. I thought I could work forwards, but actually I'm going to work backwards. One of the reasons why I want to work backwards is I think it's going to be more useful for us if we do work backwards. So this is signature spell. Again, I don't know if it's going to survive in its current form. It probably won't. So the reason why I'm marking this right now, underlying it and highlighting it, is because it is not going to survive the way it is. So in addition, select an epic boon. Okay, that is going to be there no matter what. I know, I can assure you. I want that to be there, but not a new feature, but I just need to mark it so I know I have to come back and work on this. Next, spell mastery, level 18. It's not going to be level 18. Remember I said I was going to shift the level for and it might not even be called that. It might be called something else. So I believe it's going to be 17. And we're not going to work on this one because that's an old feature and you want me to work on new features, and that's fine. I need to put some question marks into it. Do that now. And drop this down. And we'll just highlight that as well. So spell mastery, level 17, but not going to be worked on right now. We're going to deal with the level 18 feature, which is Mystic Gift. So let me just go here. I believe that's right. Mystic Gift. Okay. Spell mastery 17, Mystic Gift. A few of you have probably figured out by now, after coming to these live streams, that I like to give my high level characters a legendary magic item. Now, whether they get it because that was just given to them or something else happens, really doesn't matter. But that's where my head is at with them. is that they're going to get one in some way for whatever reason. And there's a lot of different ways it could happen. So let's go cut here. Cut. I'm going to check the live chat poll. If we have to change around things, then I will. That's all good. Okay, so let's go work with Mystic Gift. Let's deal with that. So beginning at 18th level, your character is granted a legendary magic item. The legendary magic item is generally gifted by a deity for completing a pilgrimage or holy quest. Now, this is not the kind of thing that I want to put in here. This was actually designed for the cleric, and I don't think that's suitable. I think that when you can consider how a wizard operates, a wizard is really looking at old information, ancient lore. They're doing stuff that isn't really around a deity, okay? So beginning at 18th level, your character, now I don't think they should be granted anything. I think if anything, a wizard should always be finding stuff. They should always be finding stuff. Beginning at 18th level, your character discovers a legendary magic item. The legendary magic item is... Now, this is what we want to do. Sorry, people. I'm just having to reacquaint myself with things. Because a wizard should really be discovering, learning, and finding everything that happens for them, they have to do everything themselves. It can't be just given to them, as far as I'm concerned. I don't like that as the framework for a wizard. The legendary magic item is found during a quest. Okay, so that'll do. The legendary magic item is considered... now, this is an aspect of it that I do not want, so we're going to remove this. This is all for the cleric, so we're going to get rid of that. Okay. The legendary magic item is determined by the Game Master with player consultation. Bear in mind that a legendary magic item doesn't need to have a combat function at this level. And that's really very much the case now. I don't have a problem with that bit. That's all good. So this entry is going to be very, very short for the wizard. But there is something else that we need to add here. The legendary magic item is found during a quest after completing research on the location of the magic item. Okay, that is one aspect of it. There's another aspect to a magic item and a wizard getting a magic item that comes down to what we want to try to achieve is we want to make one. Because as a wizard, right, if anybody's going to make a magic item, you would think it would be the wizard, would it not? So I think we need to have an aspect that's revolving around that. That's your next level. It's either you find it, okay, it's not gifted to you, you either find it or you make it yourself. And I think that is what we want to dig down into. So I actually have a little bit of an entry from, I think it's the fighter, that would probably work quite well for this. So I'm gonna push that into it. Hello, Awareness, how are you doing? Yes, that DM gets to add it in. Like the DM, what? Hats? I'm not sure what that all means. But anyway, let me go over here and pull up the notes on the fighter, because actually the fighter is sort of a template for everything. but it can't be the same as the fighter. There needs to be an aspect to this that's very much about they're doing their own thing. So that was the ranger, cleric. Where's the file for that though? Down, 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 down. I've done it a little while back, so it's probably miles. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is what I wanted. Okay, so if I scroll down, 10 pages long. Sheesh. Okay, let's find it. Now it's got maneuvers, maneuvers, maneuvers. No, okay. Patreon gift. Here we go. We're not doing a Patreon gift. So, where are we? Otherwise, the legendary magic item can be forged with superior information. Okay. This is the entry bit that we want. So I want to copy that. And then we'll drop it in. I need to change it though, unfortunately. It won't work the way it currently sits. Because, okay, otherwise the legendary magic item can be forged or created or crafted with superior information and skills with superior information and skills by the character. Okay, otherwise legendary magic item can be forged or crafted with superior information and skills by the character. The information and resources, let's try this. Let's put in a few things. The information, skills, materials, and resources to make the legendary magic item require that the wizard be sent on a quest by the game master, and that is it. Resource to make, I think that's right. Okay, it was to be sent on. Okay, sorry. Let's just read this out and make sure I've got it the way I want it. Now, level 18, like I'm not even necessarily saying that what you want to do is you want to have a legendary magic item being crafted by a character at level 18 and then use the crafting rules from 5e. The crafting rules from 5e are kind of shite. They're not very easy to follow. They're very ambiguous, or they have so broad in their concepts they're sort of unusable. Okay, so here's where we're going with this. Beginning at 18th level, your character discovers a legendary magic item. It discovers or makes, say just crafts a legendary magic item. The legendary magic item is found during a quest after completing research on the location of the magic item. Otherwise, a legendary magic item can be forged or crafted with superior information and skills by the character. Now, let's just do this, make that stand out a little bit. Okay. The information, skills, materials, and resources to make the legendary magic item require the wizard be sent on a quest by the game master. The legendary magic item is determined by the game master with player consultation. Bear in mind that legendary magic item doesn't need to have a combat function at this level. Okay, very important. I think we've got the gist of it. I think that's fine. I'm actually fine with that feature as it's structured. You're a wizard. You have to discover it, or you have to find the knowledge to craft it and make it yourself. I think these are the two key things. I do not want a god coming down to a wizard and saying, here, or even any kind of entity saying, here, my gift to you, because I don't think that's how wizards work. I think how wizards work is they have to work for everything they get. And so that's where my head is at with that one. You got to go to work, no problems. Thanks for the stream. Hope you, no, all good. I'm sure it'll be fine. Now, I'm going to work on my next feature, which is not going to be spell mastery. It would be planar shifter, which is probably not the name I'm going to give it. I want to call it something else now. I was thinking about it and I was trying to think how I would structure it. But let's have a look at our poll very quickly before I move on to the next feature. Okay, interesting. Just watching, 40%. Old features, new features. So new features are now starting to win out. So the undecided factor is shifting. So we were working on old features. Now we're going to go and work on new features by the looks of it. So what I'll do is I'll spend 6 minutes on old features and I'll shift over to working on new features very, very shortly. Like after I come back from the break at 11 o'clock for me, we're at whatever time it is, the top of the hour. Reinstate the permanency spell by recasting the spell and use a permanency daily x weeks per spell, and you can imbue an item with magic, making the spell permanent. Material components. I see where you're going with that, Fred Huber. Interesting. So this is a new idea you would like to incorporate. I think what I will do is I'll put it down as a design note. Yeah, so going back to here, planar shifter, we're going to see if we can get much of that, how much we can get done in a short space of time. So arcane recovery, you were saying move it to level 4. I'm actually going to move arcane recovery much further than that. Now that I think about it, I want to put something else here. So I'm putting arcane recovery here at level 5. Still question mark, it's not going to be the same arcane recovery. And a feature which I haven't built, I'm going to call it arcane knowledge. And I'm going to put a lot of question marks here because I haven't even written anything for that one yet. Okay, all right. So we're going to go down here and we are working on the planar portal thing. Traditions, Traveler. Okay, here we go. So level 16. Now, I was going to call it planar shifter, and in the end, I've actually think portal is the idea. I like the idea of the feature being portal. And I think we're going to call it Portal Traveler. Portal Traveler. Okay, 16, level 16. Now, it's not going to be the cleric, so let's unhighlight all of this. And we will just do that. Okay, cool. At 16th level, the wizard, it's not going to be the wizard, the cleric, it'll be the wizard. The wizard. Okay, at 16th level, the wizard is traveling the various planes of existence through the use of, let's just use multiverse of existence. Multiverse through the use of arcane magic. So let's do this. The wizard can spend. Now, I was going to say 20 minutes, but I actually think it should be longer than that. I'm actually thinking I want to make it quite a bit longer than that. I don't want it to be a quick it's not a get out of jail-free card in the middle of a battle. It's not something that is going to be as easy as what, say, a cleric could potentially do. So I think what we will do instead is I will include 20 or 30 minutes. That's a good question. 20 or 30 minutes. I actually think 30 minutes is a good number. Let's go 30 minutes with their spellbook. We're going to lean into their spellbook a lot. A wizard can spend 30 minutes with their spellbook to create a portal to another plane of existence or planet an unlimited number of times. I'm not putting a limit on how many times they can do it. It just takes longer. You and up to now. This is where I'm inclined to make adjustments. You and up to 8 willing creatures selected by the cleric. Now I'm actually going to have another option in here. You and up to 8 willing creatures, and I actually want to change this. You and up to, let's go with 10 willing creatures selected by the wizard can walk through the portal to a different plane of existence or planet. Planet. A target destination can be requested in general terms but requires Game Master approval and you appear in or near the destination. That's all fine. The portal remains open for no longer than 1 minute. And 1 minute is usually enough to get things done. I'm going to make the portal 10 minutes. I'm going to make the portal a little bit longer. It's 10 minutes too much. Maybe I'm going to make it 5 minutes. 10 minutes, 5 minutes. What's the point? I think 10 minutes is fine. In all cases, the wizard. I haven't actually. There's another aspect to this that I want to add, which I haven't actually pointed out. But in all cases, the wizard is required to complete a quest to gain the new spellbook power. Okay, now we've got our you and up to 10 willing creatures, but there's another thing I want to add in here. Does anybody remember the original He-Man Masters of the Universe movie, where they can actually bring somebody in, they bring like a vehicle through a portal, or something like the Avengers, where they bring this giant monstrous thing through the portal, or what's the other one? Gosh. There's a few of them that have a portal that you open up and it's much larger than normal. And that's kind of where my head is at with this. I'm going to share this. Sorry, people. I haven't been sharing this. Sorry, you haven't been able to see what I've been doing. So this is what I've written up so far. So what I want to do is I want to open up a much larger portal that just doesn't just accept 10 willing creatures. I want to bring through something much larger. Additionally, the wizard can open our say 20 minutes here. Additionally, the wizard can open a larger portal to accept a, now what's the thing I want to put through here? Accept a colossal sized creature or vehicle with passengers if they spend 30 minutes to conjure the portal. So it works a little bit different. Arcane Gate and 5e. Oh, what have we got here? I think I need to go back to chat and see what you guys have been chatting about. You guys have been commenting on some stuff and I've kind of missed it. So is this doing what I want it to do before I go on my break? At 16th level, the wizard is traveling the multiverse through the use of arcane magic. A wizard can spend 20 minutes with their spellbook to create a portal to another plane of existence or planet an unlimited number of times. You and up to 10 willing creatures selected by the wizard can walk through the portal to a different plane of existence or planet. Additionally, the wizard can open a larger portal to accept a colossal-sized creature or vehicle with passengers if they spend 30 minutes to conjure the portal. A target destination can be requested in general terms, but requires Game Master approval, and you appear in or near that destination. The portal remains open for no longer than 10 minutes. In all cases, the wizard is required to complete a quest to gain their new spellbook power. I think that is pretty much what I wanted to have down. Let's have a go and have a look at the chat and that poll, and then I'm going to go take my break. Okay. Yes, no, I want wizards to be able to make the item. This is why I put that feature in for the Mystic Gift. And I don't even know it should be called Mystic Gift. It probably shouldn't be called Mystic Gift. It should be called something else. Because Mystic Gift sort of suggests that it's gifted to them, and it's not. I might actually call it something else. We'll just call it Mystic Item. I think that might be a bit easier. If I call it Mystic Item, it's no longer gift, because we don't want the word gift there. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, all right. So that's that done. Restating the permanency spell. Yeah. So let's think in terms of permanency and how that sort of works. I'll make a note of that. I don't know that I like the idea of permanency spells, but permanency spell, question mark on that one. I'm not sold on the idea, but I have taken a note of it. We'll see how I feel about it later. Restating it's one thing. Now that you can make items slowly. yeah. I got to go. Okay, we'll do that one. It's Arcane Gate and 5e. It probably is. Arcane Gate. Is it Arcane Gate? Have I just described Arcane Gate? Maybe I have. Arcane Gate. Arcane. Arcane Gate, level 6. You create a linked transportation portals that remain open for the duration. Choose 2 points on the ground that you can see, 1 point within 10 feet of you and 1 point within 50 feet of you. A circular portal 10 feet in diameter opens over each point. If the portal would open in a space occupied by a creature, the spell fails. Okay. I see what you're trying to. I see where you're going with that. The casting time is one action, which is not what we're trying to do here. It's not that feature that I was trying to come up with is not intended to be used in combat. It is intended to be used outside of combat. But it does what a lot of other people can't do, which is it can move. If you have somebody with a ship, you could pass that ship into another plane of existence or onto another planet. Hello, Prepare, Cook and Survive. How you doing? If stipulating size for the larger gate, for the normal gate. Oh, okay. What do you got here? What have you got here? You need a specific size for the normal gate. That's probably true, Fred Huber. I agree. If I have a gate that I stipulate for the the large gate, then the smaller gate needs to be something else. So I absolutely agree. So I probably do need to do that. You went up to 10 willing creatures. Willing creatures of medium size or smaller, selected by the wizard, can walk through the portal to a different plane of existence or through the... Now, I think what we're going to do is we're going to make this portal quite small. I don't think this portal is going to be that big, so it'll be a 5-foot high portal. Okay. You and up to 10 willing creatures of medium size or smaller, selected by the wizard, can walk through the 5-foot high portal to a different plane of existence or planet. Additionally, the wizard can open a larger portal to accept a colossal sized creature or vehicle with passengers if they spend 30 minutes to conjure the portal. A target's... Yep, I think that's fine. I think that's all good. I'm happy with that. So yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that, Fred Huber. You're right. I probably should have stipulated the size of the portal for the creatures stepping through, the 10 creatures. So it's, yeah. So it's not quite as good if you were traveling with just, if you were trying to get, if you have a wizard and you have a cleric, you probably find that the cleric's probably better off to do this to get 8 creatures through. But if you need to get 10 creatures through, then you use a wizard. And if you're trying to get a colossal sized vehicle or creature through, then you'll be using the wizard because they can do that, whereas the cleric's not really going to be able to do that. It's going to be beyond their scope, just because the wizard is opening it up and it's taking a lot longer. Okay, what aspects of the wizard class do you want me to adjust first? Old features, 8. New features, 15. Underside, 38. It's interesting. It's moving around a lot. Looks like we're dealing with new features today, which I'm fine with. I don't mind at all. It's all good as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to go take a break, come back after I've had a toilet break, 5 minutes or less, and I will continue working on new features, not old features, since you want me to work on new features, not the old features, which I was kind of surprised by. I'm quite happy, actually. It's quite good. 5 minutes or less, I'll be back. Okay, coming back. Let's have a look. Let's see how people are doing. All right, here we go. And we're almost ready to jump back into this. I believe we were working on new features, not old features. So we're developing new features, not the old features. We're not worrying about that right now. Okay. Cool. Jump across to here. I believe that I can close this. And let's start working on the next thing. I think Portal Traveler is done. Mystic Item is done. Let's just make sure I've got these all written in. This is 16. 16 is supposed to be Portal Traveler. Portal Traveler. That's our feature. Okay, good. Mystic Item, and we'll move down. I am working backwards, if you hadn't figured it out. Okay, so the next thing is Mage Traveler. I think one of the problems for me with Mage Traveler is that I've not really been very sure exactly how I want to structure this. I don't really want it to read like... I don't want it to read in the same way that you would a cleric or a fighter. I want them to have a different way of approaching this. And I guess I'm of the opinion that the best way to deal with this is not necessarily to do exactly what we did before. I'm going to say right now, I want to skip past this one and move on and do something else. Dimensional driver. I ran off to meet the Amazon guy. No problems. It's all right. You're allowed to do that. Dimensional driver. Yeah, we don't want dimensional. I suppose it could be dimensional driver. I still think I'm going to go with Portal Traveler for now. This is not really what I want. And I don't want to do it the same way, so I'm going to leave that and we're going to come back to this. Mage Permit. Mage Permit is another one of those things, honestly, where I had thought about how I would do this. This is giving them a stronghold. I don't want to give them I don't really want to give them a full-blown castle or a temple or anything like that. I want to give them a small castle is fine. A mage tower would be more fun as far as I'm concerned. But I don't want to work on this one either just yet, believe it or not. We're actually going to move on and deal with the wizard's followers. I think that's the one I want to deal with next. So I'm skipping past two of them for now. Pilgrim of the Portal. Pilgrim. Portal Pilgrim. Well, I suppose you could call it Portal Pilgrim. I don't know that I'd say that they're a pilgrim. Are they really a pilgrim? Let's have a look at the word pilgrim. What does pilgrim really mean if we look at it? I'm not entirely sure that I think wizards are pilgrims. Pilgrim. Pilgrimage, that's pilgrimage, pilgrim. Pilgrim, grim. Can we get it? It's pilgrimage. Pilgrim, a pilgrim's journey. He wanted to go on a pilgrimage to blah blah blah, thousands of pilgrims every year. Pilgrimage is a journey often into an unknown or foreign place where a person goes in search of new or expanded meaning about their self, others, nature. I see where you're going with this. I kind of see where you're going with this. Fair enough. Fair enough. I see why you want to call it that. Pilgrim. Let's change the name. That's fine. It's only a name change, as far as I'm concerned, anyway. Portal Pilgrim. Yeah. Okay. And they can do a bit more than others with that portal, which is always nice. Okay. But it will take them a bit longer. All right, Mystic Society, we're not dealing with that yet. We're doing followers. So wizard followers, as I was saying. This is the one I want to work on. Just kiting names? Will you kite away? Kite away. So beginning at 6th level, your character is required to take on an apprentice. And an apprentice it will not be an acolyte. Perform simple tasks. The wizard, okay, so we're going to go with, it's a wizard now. And we need to structure this a little differently, I do believe. So I'm going to just undo all that and unhighlight it so I can get this in. Their arcane knowledge. And skills. Now, they do not wear armor. Wizards don't have armor. So we're taking that away. Equipment, home, and mount in good order. We're not going to give the wizard necessarily a mount. I'm actually going to take that and vehicle. In good order. So this book, spell book, weapons, equipment, home, and vehicle in good order. So the apprentice. Is expected to assist the wizard in arcane rituals and research. That's kind of fine. Beginning at 10th level, your character becomes so famous that they attract loyal followers that support and assist the character in their endeavors. Now this is where I have to decide what I want to do here. And if I go back to older versions of D&D, you used to get something, right? Wizards like having apprentices mostly to carry their stuff. That's right. Apprentice exchange for the student keeping their spell book, weapons, and good. That's fine. So yes, let's deal with the first problem, which is how many, because it's not going to be guards. We're not going to be giving our wizard guards. Number of mages. I think it's going to be mages. So let's have a look at some of these older game books. So Beckme, okay. Let's have a look at Beckme for our magic user and what sort of followers they got. I don't know if it was actually spelled out as part of that. I think it's an AD&D thing. Magic user would be 19. Okay, here we go. Magic user. Um, what are our features here that allow us to do stuff? Paralysis, high experience levels, land owning. Okay, that's land owning. Okay, so a magic user. A magic user is a human character who studies the powers of magic. Magic users find spells, putting them into books, and study those books to learn spells. The magic user have their own spells, entirely different from the cleric spells. Magic user has poor fighting skills and should avoid combat. A magic user concentrates on learning and casting spells. He'll find that a high intelligence is very helpful. Magic users other police scores are often low. However, a high constitution will help a magic user survive longer because it gives them more bonuses. Okay, that's fine. They are the weakest, and they should be. It's often difficult for a magic user to survive. No. Class details, special abilities, memorizing, that sort of stuff. Names, independent, land owning. So it doesn't actually state very much in BECME. So we're going to put that aside. We're going to go back to first edition AD&D. And I think this is where I'll probably find what I'm looking for. Give him Unseen Servant to 1d8 instead of... Yeah, I see. Let's have a look. Magic user. I think magic user is on page... Yes, that's 25 of the first edition AD&D book. 25. Let's have a look at what we've got here. This book is coming apart. Need to do something about fixing it. Okay. Magic user. Here we go. Magic users. Goes on about spells, scrolls, staves. There's got to be a point where they get something else, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm wrong. Potions, rings, rods, miscellaneous items. The thief. No, that's not what I was looking for. Maybe there isn't anything around it. It just has minimum requirements. Arcane power. It doesn't really say very much around this. It doesn't even state that they get a castle as such. Okay, so what have we got here? When a magic user attains 11th level, wizard or higher, he or she may enchant items or scribe magic scrolls. This process requires the undivided attention of the magic user for quite a long periods of time, weeks to months, and is also costly. So dungeon master careful. Okay, so that's just around making stuff. Okay, here we go. It is possible for a magic user of 12th or higher level to construct a stronghold and clear the countryside in a 10 to 20 mile radius of all monsters, thus ruling an area much as a noble. If this is accomplished, a revenue of 5 silver pieces, so they can do a stronghold, but it doesn't state anything about gaining any kind of follower or magic user. So I'm actually probably doing something that hasn't been done before. Interesting. No, and I don't think that they should have a big huge group of followers. But I still want to give them something, and I think we will It is more about what that will look like. And I think I'm going to grab the monster manual and make a decision. I get your point about unseen servant. But I really want them to have something that they can lose. I know that sounds terrible and horrible, but there's an aspect to a feature where it is really up to them to make sure that everything is going to go well. They need to look after them, and but I do get your point about the unseen servant thing. So maybe we'll do something else with that. Hang on. So let's have a look at mage. The mage in the monster manual is how powerful is the mage in the monster manual. It is relatively powerful, if I remember right. So let us have a look. We're not going to go archmage. That would be ridiculous. We just want the mage. Here we go. Mage is a challenge rating 6. Challenge rating 6 is a big deal. And we're going to be giving them that at level 10. Now, is that going to work? I think this might actually cause more problems than it's worth. Because if we're dealing with a level 10 character and they are a wizard, what sort of spells can they cast? How high a level spell can they cast? Because the mage stat block is pretty impressive, right? So if we're dealing with level 10, where they start getting something other than just your normal... So, okay, so that would mean that you would actually be... You'd actually deal with a mage being as powerful as yourself. And that is where the problem lies, isn't it? I think that was your point. This is why you said use unseen servant, because it can't really do anything else. So I understand your approach to why do it that way. So that's a problem. So we can't do that. That progression would be just ridiculous, right? The rule of 2. No, I think what we can do, and I think Fred has made a really good point. You got to bounce, Phil? No problems. You bounce. I know you've got other stuff to do. Well, that's true. Mickey Mouse messed with the spell book and he got in Fantasia. Well, yeah, but that's Fantasia. Unseen Servant's not a bad idea. As long as Unseen Servant isn't going to break it and make it too much. So let's have a look at Unseen Servant. And your approach might be the way to go, actually. Unseen Servant. Unseen. True polymorph. Where are we? Z. Why am I having trouble finding unseen? Because I can't see it? True strike. Vampiric touch. Ah, here we go. Unseen Servant. I went right past it. Unseen Servant, 1 hour. So what is Unseen Servant? The spell creates an invisible, mindless, shapeless force that performs simple tasks at your command until the spell ends. The servant springs into existence and occupies space, blah, blah, blah. AC, da, da, da. If it drops to 0 points, the spell ends. Well, okay, so let's have a look at... So that's it, really. But it cannot fight. So I think that's probably where we need to go. Next candidate. Okay, all right. The rule of two. I think what we'll do is I've got another idea. I think what we'll do is we're going to do what you have suggested, but we're going to do something else with this as well. So we're going to have, instead of having 2 steps, we're going to have 3 steps. 2 steps is one thing, but 3 steps might be smarter. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to go here. Beginning at 10th level. We're going to push it a little bit more. So I want to do something like that. And I go copy. And then I'll drop it under. And we'll put that there. Because the point is that this is not going to work the way that I would like it, right? So okay, so let's have a stepped process. Beginning at 10th level, your character now beginning at 10th level, your character can conjure. Beginning at 10th level, your character can conjure unseen servants. Let's just make sure I get this out of the way. I've got a few books I'm moving around. Just bear with me. And let's structure it. Let's do the unseen servant, but I'm still going to do the other one as well. Okay. All right. So beginning at 10th level, your character can conjure unseen servants that are invisible, mindless, and shapeless forces that perform simple tasks at your command but can't fight, attack, or cast spells. I think that's what it needs to be. I think that's what we were here having to hit, right? Beginning at 10th level, your character can conjure unseen servants that are invisible, mindless, and shapeless forces that perform simple tasks at your command, but can't fight, attack, or cast spells. Your character gains a number of unseen servants. Servants equal to 1d10. That can't be destroyed. Okay. I think that's probably a better way of structuring this feature for them. So you get up to 10 potentially unseen servants. They can't be destroyed. All they do is perform very simple tasks. Okay, that's the first bit. At, beginning at. Okay, so in addition, at, now it won't be 10th level, it'll be something else. So I need to structure this in such a way that it's going to work. So need to make sure that we're doing this at an appropriate time. When's a good appropriate time to make this work? 15th level. 15th level. Yes, let's do that. Okay. In addition, at 15th level, your character becomes so famous that they attract loyal followers that support and assist your character in their endeavors. Your character gains a number of mages equal to, and it won't be that, and it won't be this. I was thinking back to Hallister, Black Cloak, and the fact that he had apprentices and mages underneath him. And I'm thinking a good number is 6. So your average would be 3. What would you use them for? You would use them to do stuff that you can't do. Because this is going to be one of those things. Like, I want to make a magic item, but I don't have time, but I could get the mages that work underneath me to do it for me. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to go 1d6. This is just a first draft, people. The mages can't be replaced if they die, but can be raised from the dead. Followers are used for the following tasks. Stable hands. No. Followers are used for the following tasks. Stable hands to collect tithes from the temple. No. Taxation, though. Taxation from peasants. Crew a ship. Manage a arcane tower. Conduct research. Craft magic items. Discover new contacts. Craft and repair weapons. No, that is not what they are for. We'll take that out. And act as a... No. And act as a... Now what's the best way? Head wizard. Head mage. A stronghold. So, game masters can allow followers to be taken into battle when the... Now, here's this. This is going to be interesting. When the player wants to put them at risk. Party is small. I can't hire mercenaries when the group is facing superior forces. I don't think that needs to change. I think that's all fine. Followers are used for staple hand collect taxation. Crew ship manage conduct research, magical items, cast spells. Okay, I think that's fine. I think that's roughly what I wanted to have in there. So we've got a 3-step process. Level 6, level 10, level 15. That's what we're going to do. I don't know if that's going to necessarily work. I'm tempted to even go down to a D3, but with D6, we'll just start with D6 and see how that works out. I've always found that if you are a spellcaster and you're a wizard, There's the desire to actually clone yourself or create a facsimile of yourself using magic so that they can do stuff that you can't do. And this is sort of fulfilling this. Level 15, I don't know that it's going to really matter. If you're getting to level 15 and you've got mages, a couple of mages around you, it's really going to make very little difference. Okay, so I think that's it. Scrolls. Now. Scrolls. I think that's it. I think that's good. I'm pretty happy with that. That's fine. So I think we've got followers sorted. Wizard followers is down. Level 6, level 10, level 15. There's the progression. Yep. It's a little bit different to everybody else's. Okay. It's probably not as good in many respects. Okay, so level 6, wizard followers. That's fine. That's in the right place. Happy with that. Next, not dealing with that just yet. Not dealing with that yet. Arcane tradition. Okay, so this is probably a little bit of a hassle, and that I've got to do something with this feature here. There's also the Mystic Society, which I'll deal with in a second. So what I think I'll do is I'm going to just tidy up this, because I can tidy this Arcane Tradition up fairly fast. The progression is level 3, level 6, level 10, level 14, level 18. And if anything, there's actually another progression here. And I don't really spell that out, but there's actually more progressions than that, isn't there? Because I almost always give them something else. At level 16, there's the Portal Pilgrim, but it's really another thing. It's a level 16 as well. Okay, right. Let's have a think about this. Okay, so when you reach second level, you choose, no, it won't be second level, it'll be third level, you choose an arcane tradition, shaping your practice of magic through one of 8 schools: abjuration, conjuration, divination, enchantment, evocation, illusion, necromancy, or transmutation. Okay, the school of evocation is detailed at the end of the class description, and more choices are available on other sources. Your choice grants you features at second level and again at 6th, 10th and 14th level. Okay. This is probably the bit that I want to actually deal with. I was trying to think whether I needed to do anything with this, and I think in the end I still want to keep some sort of aspect of, picking a school of magic out of the 8 schools of magic that allows you to do something better than you were doing it before. And because it's a low-level feature, I think the easiest way to deal with this for the arcane tradition is to give them something that duplicates the ability that they are focused on something specific. So what does level 3 look like right now? Level 3 is the Mystic Society. Okay. Arcane Recovery. Arcane Knowledge. Level 7. I'm probably going to move it to here. I'm going to move it to level 7. So Arcane specialization. I'll put in a question mark because I haven't actually built it yet, but we will. And level 7 is, I think, a reasonable place to stick it. Okay, so spellcasting. Let's go down to here. Right, this is where I want to do this. Level 7, arcane specialization. Okay, so let's go here. Let's build it here and then transfer that over. Arcane specialization. That's what we're going to call it. Go down. Okay. When you reach 7th level, you choose an arcane tradition. You choose okay, we go. So when you reach 7th level, you choose one of 8 schools of magic that specialize casting spells from. Specialize. Let's get this right. Okay. Almost there. Okay. You choose. Okay. When you reach 7th level, you choose one of 8 schools of magic that you specialize in casting spells from. Abjuration, conjuration, divination, enchantment, evocation, illusion, necromancy, or transmutation. And this is going because we've already got a something else going on, which is above. And we'll put this here and go bold underline. Okay. When you reach 7th level, you choose one of 8 schools of magic that you specialize in casting spells from. Abjuration, conjuration, divination, enchantment, evocation, illusion, necromancy, or transmutation. So when you cast a spell from your specialized school of magic, you gain a +1 bonus to attack, to spell attack rolls, spell saving throws, and spell casting checks. I'll come back to that. Okay. So we're going to move this, and we're going to leave this pretty much where it is, but we need to just change it. a wizard tradition, and must select a deity to and must select a tradition. When you reach 13th level, you commit yourself to a wizard tradition. To the wizard tradition, and gain access to additional skills and resources. I think that's right. The tradition grants you features at 3rd level and again at 6th, 10th, 14th and 18th level. That's what we want to do. I want to just take that and unhighlight it. And we will drop this. And we're going to put this at level 7. So cut. Level 7. Where's level 7? That's level 4. That's level 6. Okay. So if that's at level 6, then this is going to be after that. Right there. Paste. Small feature, level 7 feature. It's not doing a huge amount. It's not intended to do a huge amount. It is not something that you choose. It is just something that you get. And I'm doing that quite deliberately. Okay, so next I want to pull this up. It's almost top of the hour, so I will do some shuffling again. Put this into bold and underline. Okay, so when you reach 14th level and again 8th, 12th, 16th and 19th level, you can increase 1 ability score of your choice by 2. You can increase 2 ability scores of your choice by 1 as normal. You can't increase an ability score above 20 using this feature. Using the optional feats rule, you can forego this feature to take a feat of your choice instead. Okay, that's all fine. I'm pretty happy with how that's laid out. Okay, good. That's worked out well. I'm pretty happy, and we got a fair amount done in the space of time that I was looking at, which is always nice too. Okay. What is the next thing I want to work on, depending on what people are saying I should work on? It looks to me like we're probably going to be working on Mystic Society, which is more about a wizard guild, but or society. So let me just see what the poll says before I go take my break and go use the toilet again. Okay. Oh, we have some. My chat on my phone has not been keeping up with me, so I apologise if I haven't been paying attention to what you've been saying. If you're still here, that's always good. Negative space. Hello. How are you doing? Okay. So. Even Gandalf ran off from the Shire for years at a time on his own and left the Ring Bearers party and generally was a solo guy. DMPC. Yeah, that showed up to fix with the DM drop too much on the party. Fair enough. 3rd level spell. Tiny Servant lasts 8 hours. These have a stat block and can do most things. Archer Little. Tiny Servant. I'm not really trying to. To be fair, I'm not trying to duplicate a spell. What's the permanent unseen servant's carrying capacity? Do you believe that I need to actually limit its carrying capacity? I suppose that's true. That's true. I guess yes. Fair enough. Fair enough. So I'll set a limit to how much the servants can carry. Does that seem reasonable? I hadn't thought of that, but you're probably right. Okay, so here we go. At 10th level, your character can conjure... Now, let me just jump back over here. Actually, I should at least look at the poll before I do that. How is it shaping up? Is it changing? So people really want to look at new features, not old features. Interesting. I really wasn't expecting that. I was expecting the old features. Let's do something with the old features. You guys really want new features. Well, slightly more than the old features. Anyway. Interesting. I would not have guessed at all. Okay, so let's jump over and let's set a weight limit, since you're concerned that the unseen servants might wind up being carrying donkeys for way too much weight. Okay, so if you have you could potentially wind up with 10 unseen servants that can't be destroyed and can carry shit for you. Fair enough. So how much weights do we want them to be able to carry before it becomes a problem? And also too, what is it that we want them to be able to carry? We want them to be able to carry something without it becoming an issue, because, will they ever get used for anything unless they can carry something of a reasonable weight? So I guess that's another thing to balance off. So let's have a look at the equipment section. And what is the heaviest thing that they have here? A barrel. Well, we don't want them carrying a barrel around. That would be ridiculous. A chest. A chest is 25 pounds. Okay. A hunting trap is 25 pounds. A ladder is 25 pounds. Rations, 35 pounds is a ram. Okay. All right, so we've got to be able to include something that seems reasonably sensible. I don't feel like 20 pounds is a huge amount of weight to carry. So let's set the weight limit at 25 pounds for these unseen servants. Okay. Simple task. Your character gains a number of unseen servants equal to a D10 that can't be destroyed. So the unseen servants have a weight limit of 25 pounds. The unseen servants have a what's the word I want to use? Do I want to use carrying capacity? Do I want to say weight limit? Unseen servants have a carrying capacity Okay, the unseen servants have a carrying capacity limit of 25 pounds each. That means that they can carry most things. What they could not carry, a hunting trap seems reasonable. They should be able to carry something like that. A ladder, fine. I'm not happy with that. They couldn't carry the portable ram, but they could carry a tent. They could carry a hammer, a sledgehammer. They could carry a chest. They won't be carrying a barrel. So we've included a few things. And in terms of weapons and so forth, well, you're not going to be using that many weapons if you're a wizard anyway. So they're not. Your maximum is going to be what? 125 pounds worth of weight that could be carried around. Does that actually take away from Tenser's floating disc? I'm kind of curious. Tensors, floating disk. Tensor, where are you? Tensors, floating disk. That might be too much, but I still don't want it to be so little that it's useless to you. I mean, compared to the other classes, this is really, really basic. So it's got a limit of 500 pounds. So even Tensors floating disk, which is a ritual or level 1 conjuration thing, it's got a much heavier thing. But you can do a lot more things with it. They could do simple tasks. So I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I think that'll be all right. So we'll leave that as is. That's good. Cool. Sweet. Happy about that. Was there anything else in the chat that I was supposed to comment on before I move on? Intermediately between peasants and the wizards. Pesky peasants always want the wizard, what? To make potions. I love potions and such. Well, I suppose I do. Oh, Dragon Slayer movie. I love that one. It was never a very good movie, but it's kind of the only one of its kind. Half of the apprentice's job was to tell peasants the wizard wasn't in. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I agree. Yes, they could. You would say £20 per unseen servant. I'm going to say 25. You say 20, I say 25. Access to the archives of the tradition specialization at some point. So I have an idea of this. This is why I have arcane knowledge down as a marked down as a special ability for the wizard. And frankly, it's just to sort of clean some of the nonsense up that happens. With access to archives, reduced time and cost of research. Fred, yeah, could I be Bob? I don't know about Bob. Waves bacon in front of Fred. Yeah, well, you can wave bacon in front of me. It's because my phone doesn't update as much as the computer does, and I'm looking at the Google document when I'm doing this. I just got home from work, so I'll watch for a little bit. No problems, negative space. I'm curious about how the wizard is still so overpowered. I looked at 3. So, I mean, the problem is that the wizard, it's not just the wizard class, it's actually more around the spells that you can cast. Really, that's always been the issue. I'm not suggesting that every class should be balanced and in line with everybody else, because I don't believe that that's what wizards and Dungeons and Dragons is about. I don't think that's what we're trying to achieve. I looked at 3.5 and 3.5, they get way more spell slots. Maybe we can balance them without nerfing the crazy game altering spells. Well, I have an idea around what to do with spells. I really feel like spell failure is an important aspect, but also not having to track how many spell slots you have. I'm going to get rid of spell slots, people. It's going to happen. 2 to 4 servants can cooperate to carry 1 chest. Yes, exactly. They could. You could do it that way if you wanted to. I'm thinking Unseen Servant is supposed to be like and Fantasia. Yes, exactly. It's very much like Mickey Mouse and Fantasia and the Sorcerer's Apprentice story, where he animates objects and sweeping, doing jobs, stuff like that. I don't want to push into the combat aspect of the wizard. If anything, I want to avoid doing that. If anything, I want to avoid giving the wizard more combat stuff. They have got enough. So I just want to. What's the fantasy that you're trying to achieve when you play a wizard? What is it that you're trying to achieve? I don't think unseen servants should be able to do combat. I don't want them to be able to do any combat. We're leaving that alone. That's just, it's better to be left alone and not do that. Yeah. Every few levels, add a few more unseen servants. No, I think we go for something else. We go unseen servants, then a little bit later on we give them some mages. I actually like that. It makes it different from everything else that I've done. It's still in the same vein. Level 15 is probably the right time to be giving them a mage or a couple of mages. So I actually think that's going to work all right. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. For those of you who are wondering, why, Fred, why? I have my reasons. Anyway, okay, so back to what I need to deal with next, which is Mystic Society. And I think Mystic Society is probably one of the best ways to describe it. Although Mage Guild would be a good name as well. Mage Guild would be a fun name to use. Mystic Society I could use for something else. I guess it doesn't really matter what it's called, does it? It's top of the hour and I need to take a break. So there's some things we need to do. So let's think in terms of wizard. I think what I want to do is I want to think in terms of wizard guilds now. So we're going to work on this. So this is when I come back from the break. This is what I'm going to work on. It says here Mystic Society, but I think Mage Guild is probably a better name. And normally I give them a whole lot of different things that are very similar to what everybody else gets. But I guess we'll build that out next. That's the next thing to aim for. Yeah, I feel like Guild is probably going to work. It's just a matter about how it's going to look. So let's give you a chance to sort of put in your own 2 cents here. What do you think a wizard gets from being part of a mage guild? Let's put that question in. I'm kind of interested. Let's see what people have to say. I know a few of you have already mentioned a few things, but that'll at least mark it so when I come back I can see what you've put in. So I'm going to work on that when I get back. I'm going to go take a break. It's top of the hour, and we'll keep plugging away at this until we get where we need to be. 5 minutes or less, I'll be back. Okay, all right. Back in the seat again. It's strange to be building everything without dealing with the magic system primarily, but it's all right because I kind of know what I'm going to do with that. Anyway, let's have a look and see what you have to say. And we'll get back into our reconstruction. Maybe as part of the wizard follower table, you could put on something, put there something like X number of enchanted objects. No, I don't think so. There's animate object that can do what it can do, and I really want the wizard followers to be very distinctive and different from casting a spell. Access to the archives, I absolutely agree. I think that's going to have to be there. Maybe limit the access to teleportation circle network of the guild. Maybe limited access to a teleportation circle network of the guild. I actually like that idea, Fred. That's a good idea. That's smart. Permission to link their tower teleportation circle to one once made permanent to the guild. Yeah. That is where they obtain the guards and ward spells. Yeah, possibly. Could do, yeah, possibly, yes. A Horcrux, so they can be resurrected. Ah, I see. Yeah, I think that's way too much. I guess the problem for me on that is that wizards don't really bring the dead back to life. Not unless they're zombies and skeletons. They're not clerics. I do not want to step on the tail of a hello cook, prepare, cook and survive. How's it going, Stuart? I don't want to step on the tail of a cleric. I don't want the wizard to be able to start doing what the wizard and the cleric should be able to do. That's one of the big problems with 5e is and a lot of D&D made by Wizards of the Coast is that every class pisses all over the other classes and takes their shit. And that's not good. They don't make them distinctive anymore. You wind up with mutants, with nobody being special because everybody can do everything. So let's deal with this one here. And shift over. So a lot of your ideas are very interesting. So I am paying attention to them. Let's just see if I can, I just want to scroll all the way up and make sure I had put this as Mage Guild. Mage Guild. I think that's fine. Arcane Knowledge. Fine with that. Fine with that. Mage Tower we haven't dealt with yet. We haven't actually dealt with that either, which is fine too. I'm alright with that. Okay, cool. There's not as much in the wizard to deal with as some of the other classes, frankly, so it's not going to be so hard. Arcane Recovery, we'll deal with that later. Okay, here we go. So Mage Guild. Beginning at 3rd level, your character is invited to a Mage Guild. Or society. Society. Let's go with that because you are becoming an expert. An expert. Arcane. Lore and spell casting. Okay, this grants additional resources, all secret. Okay, so all guild and society benefits are at the Game Master's discretion. Okay, so let's start let's start poking this around, see how we get. Employment or jobs to generate income. So employment to generate an income. Employment to generate an income by teaching or lecturing at the guild schools. Okay, I wanted to say that, so let's do that. So study and workshop space to make stuff and conduct research depending on the type of guild or society. Okay. So we've got libraries and archives for libraries and archives with information for conducting research on history and magic. A place to stay with 3 board, food and drink for the wizard. So a place to stay, it's good. Potential magic user allies that can offer a wide range of assistance, access to specialized tools and equipment that are related to the guild or society's endeavors. Level 8. Mage Guild. Members get the following benefits. No. I don't know about this. This is one of those things. I'm not really too sure about the idea of a way to buy now. Spell, scrolls, and potions. One of the biggest problems for a magic user is trying to get access to a scroll or a spell. And let's make that a little bit easier. Spell books. Scrolls and potions at the normal price. So so what's the intention behind that? Do you know, one of the, I guess the biggest frustrations I find as playing a wizard is when you have a game master who insists that there is no way to access this spell that you want unless you level up, and you're trying desperately to put enough money away, find enough time to scribe the scroll into your spell book so you have access to it, but you never find the spell scroll you're looking for, and you wind up having to wait until you level up before you can get access to that spell. And that's sort of part and parcel of the game. But the logic behind why I find this really frustrating, and I think a lot of players do when they play a wizard, is that you can have far more spells in your spell book, provided you can find access to the spells and the spell books to do so, right? Here's the thing. If you can't find them in the adventure because the game master or dungeon master didn't put them there, or you don't level up, you don't get them. So one of the huge benefits, what winds up happening, particularly in some games that I've played in, is that the only time you get access to more spells is when you level up. So the whole point that you can actually scribe a spell into your spell book to get access to more spells becomes a nonsense. Why does it become a nonsense? Because the game master doesn't have additional spell books with new spells in them or spell scrolls showing up in their game. It's so rare. So you wind up, and I remember one person who said, does the wizard we just killed, do they have a spell book? And then the game master will say, no, they don't have a spell book. And they're like, how can they not have a spell book? They must have a spell book with spells in it. I want to see what spells they have in their spell book. And of course, the game master won't have done that. So this is really, at level 8, this is me just trying to say, if you're a wizard and you have the money to buy spell scrolls or a spell book with spells in it, or even potions, this is all up to the game master for sure. But this is a point where you should be able to start buying them from the college or the school that you learned your craft at. So as a wizard, right, you went to wizarding school. The guild is probably very much connected to that. They have access to all of this sort of stuff. You can't get, if you're not a wizard, you won't be able to get access to this sort of stuff because you didn't go to a wizard school. You didn't join a mage guild. So you don't get that stuff. But by being part of a mage guild, you do get access to spell books with new spells in it. And you do get access to spell scrolls and potions. You might have to pay for it, but that's how it is with a wizard. You pay, you spend a lot of time, you get it into your book, you grow your list of spells. And that's what we want them to be able to do. And I think this kind of fixes that problem a little bit. There's always going to be a price. My enemy wizards always have a spell book. Yes, but Fred Huber, not everybody as a game master does this. And even I forget to do this sort of stuff myself. Sometimes I just completely forget that I should have done that, and I don't do it. So that's a bit of a pain. So let's deal with that in some way. What else do I want to say here? Okay, so what do we got? Maybe part of the guild. No, I don't think they get enchanted items. No, that ain't happening. We've got the archive already idea done. Maybe limit access to teleportations. Yes, I like that idea. I think that's a a smart a smart idea. We need to do that. Absolutely. To the guild library and archives. Contact with, no, we don't want to do that one. So let's deal with this. So I actually think we're going to eliminate this aspect. I like the idea that we have the your idea around the spell, the teleportation circles is a great idea. I think that's much more interesting. Because I don't think that a guild is necessarily going to worry about providing you with a riding horse or a camel or a donkey. Not when you could use magic. Why would you take the long way when you can go the fast way? Doesn't make sense, right? So, although we can probably include both, couldn't we? Contacts with political, no. Contacts with political, religious, criminal, and powerful individuals that can help the character. I think we could just leave that one. Access to a restricted. Yes, we've got that. Stable fed by the. We can probably do that. Mage Guild. This can be riding horse, camel, donkey, pony, a mule, or another creature that the game master approves. If the mount is killed, the mage so replace it. So let's do that. I think we'll keep that all pretty much the same. They don't replace it, that's life. And let's include another thing. And I think the limited use teleportation circles is a really good idea. Permission to use the guild networks teleportation circles. Okay, permission to use the guild's network of teleportation circles. I think that's a good idea. I like it. It's good. Nice. I don't know about linking. Level 8, you're not going to... I don't think... Yeah, I think we'll leave that alone. But I like that idea. I think that's a good idea. Characters are required to take on an apprentice at level 6 who can perform simple tasks. A... Mage Guild. Provide these benefits, provide the character perform specific duties, favours and support against rival factions. That's all pretty much standard. I think that's fine. What else did you guys have here that I needed to add in here? Could the guild hold a Horcrux of the wizard so that they can be resurrected? I think it's too much. Yeah. Guild has the instructions for making a cloning chamber. Okay. Now you think about that. A cloning chamber. Protect their phylactery. I don't want to even go there with the idea of a phylactery coming into play. Wooded guilds work well for acquisition across style campaign. Guild hires adventurers to do stuff. Yes. OP spells. Guilds have all components available for casting spells. Yes. Prepare, cook, and survive. I think that is a good idea. That is a very good idea. And we should put this in early. I think that is an aspect, you know, when you go like, I need to have a pearl with 100 gold pieces. Where can I buy one? Yeah, that's a very good idea. The guild has the guild provides access to all the spell components required to cast spells. The guild provides access to all the spell components required to cast spells with and without a material cost. The wizard character can purchase any components. That's a really good idea. Any wards always have a spell book, yes. Z key, flaky, 9 for new. Right, has to be at least contained spells. I mean, or wizards had prepared. Let me use fireball, blah 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 blah. They can fill any spell stored item with a spell that is on the wizard spell list, like the Dragons of. I don't know about that. Spells they can't cast. I don't like giving the ring of spell storing because no, I don't want to do a spell storing idea. It's yeah, it is an abusable thing. Everyone gets a familiar. No, I don't think so. I think Find Familiar is a spell. I'm actually fine with Find Familiar being a spell for a wizard. A guild might have catacombs for placing the cloned chamber. I'm going to think about the cloning thing. I really don't like that idea. I do not like the idea that if the wizard dies, you just go get your clone to replace you. It's not. It's honestly not something I think is a great idea. Let's have a look at the clone spell. I think that would actually make it way too strong. It's an 8th level spell clone. 8th level. So you wouldn't even get access to 8th level spells until you were level 15. I really don't think this is suitable for this sort of feature. I think it's too strong. I think it's way too strong. But I do like the addition of giving them access to the spell components so that they can actually buy them from the guild for the spells they want to cast, so they don't have that problem. I like the idea of including the access to spell books, spell scrolls, and potions at a normal price that they can buy from the guild at 8th level. I like the idea of including the teleportation circles interlinked with the guild. I think that's a good idea. I think that's smart. So it feels like it's done this feature. I think that's enough. Remember, it starts at level 3 and it gets a bit better at level 8. It's not supposed to be a high-end feature, and this feature is not supposed to be a combat feature. It is supposed to be a narrative, role-playing, fill-in-the-gaps sort of ability. That's what it's intended to be. It's always been intended to be when I created it. So I think that's what it needs to stay being. Yeah. Okay, so I think that's good enough for that. We need to move on to the next thing that I'm dealing with, which I believe after that one, we might have to go back to the ones that I skipped. Because I did skip a whole bunch of stuff, didn't I? Spellcasting abilities. So we're really getting into the nuts and bolts of what's the rest of the class. There's actually a feature I want to include that I haven't included, and I put it on the table, but I didn't actually go into any detail, and I'd placed it here. So we got the Mage Guild. I haven't explained how Arcane Recovery should work. We have Arcane Knowledge at level 2. This is something that has always frustrated me and has frustrated a lot of people, I think, who've played a wizard. It makes no sense, and I think maybe we codify it in some way at level 2. Spellcasting is all very well, but let's give them Arcane Knowledge at level 2. What does that mean? Very, very simple. I'm going to scroll down here and I'll put it in so you can see what I mean. Where are we? Getting spells. It's a spell book. Arcane Recovery, which is not going to live there. So, Arcane Knowledge. Arcane Knowledge. This is our new feature we're going to create. It will be the thing we get after I get our spell casting. So we're just going to live right smack there. And so what are we doing here? We're going with beginning at second level now how do I want to structure this? Beginning at second level, you have a excellent so what I'm trying to do with arcane knowledge is, you know how very basic information about magic and arcana checks and stuff like that you have to make, and we wind up rolling dice, and the wizard winds up rolling dice when they really should know this shit anyway. And what I want to do is I want to create a feature that eliminates the dice rolling, particularly for very low stupid rolls where people make stupid rolls. It generally won't affect me that much, but I know that it does come up, and I think some guidance around this is sort of useful, and I want to make a feature that says that wizards don't really need to make a dice roll to know about magic and things to do with mystic lore and things like that, and spells, when you're dealing with very easy information, and even moderately difficult information. You know, so moderate, medium difficulty stuff. I don't think they should be rolling. I don't know why we would roll, you know, when we have a DC 5 or a TC 10 or even a DC 15 for these wizards, because they should know that shit. So I want to put something in there regarding that. Yeah, I'm eliminating spell slots, so I just haven't done it today because everybody wanted me to work on the new stuff, so which is fine, but it's probably confusing because I haven't shown you where where I'm trying to start from. So this is, I think what we need to do is, you have an excellent memory, and I wonder if we can port some of the concepts of the sage but take it to another level. I think that's a good idea, is to take the sage aspect. Okay, beginning at second level, you have an excellent memory and have studied for years everything to do with magic, spells, scrolls, okay, spell scrolls, spell books, mystic lore, and what else? Hello, Pale Rider, how are you doing? Make them like Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory. Yeah. I have a friend who has a photographic memory, and oh my gosh, does he remember a lot of stuff. So I guess what I'm trying to do here, is like, how do we build it in such a way so that we can eliminate some of the unnecessary dice rolling for the wizard. That's what I really want to do. And I want to give them a leg up to begin with, and then I want to give them another leg up a little bit later on. Okay. Beginning at second level, you have an excellent memory and have studied for years everything to do with magic, spells, spell scrolls, spell books, mystic lore. What else? The multiverse. And what else? What else is there under magic that we need to cover? Yeah, I'm not doing that negative space. I'm not doing spell storage items. No. Not doing that. Kill it and find the book. No, I don't want to do that. That's too much. It's not. That's unnecessary. Okay, so what else do I want to do here? So this is that bit, and then and something else. So I guess I need to just make sure I've covered everything. If I covered everything that I need to do when it comes to making an Arcana check, which is basically a magic user check, is there anything else that I need to sort of discuss? Intelligence, Arcana. Measuring your ability to recall lore about spells, magic items. Okay, right. Just make sure we add magic items. Magic items. Magic items. Good point. Don't want to leave that out. Magic items. Eldritch symbols. I don't know about that, but okay. Magical traditions. Okay, yes. Magical traditions. Yes, let's add that just in case. Multiverse. Multiverse. What else you got here? Mystic Lore. The multiverse and monsters. Create monsters. Well, Arcana often gets used for that. And I think monsters is definitely a thing. And monsters. Let's just go monsters, because that sort of covers what I wanted to do. We're going to encapsulate as much of that. You have an excellent memory and have studied for years everything to do with magic, spell scrolls, magic items, magical traditions, spell books, mystic lore, the multiverse, and monsters. So anytime you are required to recall information that is medium or less in difficulty, you aren't required to make a Arcana or intelligence check. That's what I want to put there. So, beginning at second level, you have an excellent memory and have studied for years everything to do with magic, spell scrolls, magic items, magical traditions, spell books, mystic lore, the multiverse, planes of existence, and monsters. Anytime you're required to recall information that is medium to less in difficulty, you aren't required to make an Arcana or intelligence check. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. We've had this discussion many times. It's most of the time people, if you're proficient in the arcane, we don't even make you make a roll at my table. We just don't even bother. It's like, okay, what's the point? You probably already know this. So I think that's probably the best way to go. And I think what we'll do too is I will add in a progression. I think we should add in a progression as well. At level, now what's a good time to do it? at level 11. At level 11, now what would be going on at level 11? By level 11, you've probably taken 2 ability boosts, which means your intelligence is probably maxed out at 20. Your proficiency bonus is a 4, so it's pretty high. So what are we dealing with here? So if you've probably got a 5 in your intelligence, then you add the 4, that comes out at 5, 4, 9. If you roll a 1 on that check, you would get 10. And we're dealing with a difficulty which is a 20, which is okay. So level 13. Let's go with level 13. Let's go 13. At level 13, you can recall information that is hard or less in difficulty without making a knowledge check. Arcana or intelligence. Okay, I think that's what I want to put in there. I think that will work fine as it is. I will check the chat to see what people have to say in terms of whether I've missed anything that I needed to consider, but I think that's going to work fine. So beginning at 2nd level, you have an excellent memory and have studied for years everything to do with magic spells, spell scrolls, magic items, magical traditions, spell books, mystic lore, the multiverse, planes of existence, and monsters. Anytime you are required to recall information that is medium or less in difficulty, you aren't required to make an Arcana or Intelligence check. At level 13, you can recall information that is hard or less in difficulty without making a knowledge check, Arcana or Intelligence. Okay, so I think that's where we want to be. I think it would make sense that that's how we stipulate it. So our proficiency bonus, level 2, is that. You're probably going to have a 3, that's 5. Oh, yeah. That pretty much means that those checks on average would be 50-50 chance. I don't think there should be a 50-50 chance for something like that, so let's eliminate that by doing this. I think that's going to work fine. I think the progression is fine. Okay. Of course, depending on how your Game Master runs the game, this might not benefit you in the slightest, but I think we'll put it in. Okay, that's that. Let's try our next thing. I wonder how our poll is going. Did I miss anything? Add in social anxiety. I don't know about that. Why do we want to do that? His favourite spell tattooed on him. I'm not going to go there with the tattoo concept. I mean, I suppose you could. Well, can identify any arcane spell effect up to the level they can cast. Yeah, I don't know. I see. I see what you're trying to do here. I know what you're trying to do here. The problem is for me is if I had the chance, I would get rid of Counterspell. And I would certainly nerf the shite out of shield, because as a wizard, if you're playing a wizard, it makes no sense not to take Counterspell and shield. Like it's a no-brainer. You kind of have to take them because they're so good. So yes, I don't know about that. I feel very, very unsure about that as a good idea. All right, so let's do that. Let's move on to the next feature which I want to work on, which is going to be Arcane Recovery, which is actually an old feature. But because Arcane Recovery will not apply in the way that you might think it does anymore for what I'm planning to do, we need to shift it. Not only do we need to shift it, we need to change how it's going to work as well. So let's deal with that now. That's what I'm going to deal with now, is we're going to retool Arcane Recovery, because the only thing that's going to remain the same is the name, nothing else. Like, I will literally change everything else because it just won't work the way that I have planned. So let's go there. This is the one that we'll deal with next. You are my target, and all of this means pretty much nothing. Short rests, all that sort of stuff means nothing to me. So we need to restructure it in a very different way, which is very back to front, since we should have determined what the spellcasting process was in the first place, and we haven't done that. We've kind of gone completely backwards. How are we doing? We're doing all right. 1, 2, yeah. Then the magic system, which is mostly to a certain degree ported over. Ritual casting is going to be easy. Spellbook, a little bit more complicated, that one. Arcane knowledge is fine. Arcane recovery, arcane tradition, build membership. I think it's the arcane recovery. I just need to work out what level is this supposed to be sitting at. And I believe we had moved it. Arcane recovery had been moved to level 5. Do I want to move it to level 5, or do I want to move it to somewhere else? Level 5 or somewhere else? That's a good question. Level 5 or somewhere else? Level 9? It's a long way off. No, it's probably more useful to have Arcane Recovery in the lower section rather than the higher section. I can see it being probably more useful at level 5. So Arcane Recovery will be a level 5 feature. And oh, hang on, the specialization's been done as well, hasn't it? Arcane Specialization at level 7 has been done. 5 for Arcane Recovery. Where are we? Sorry people, I'm scrolling back and forth, trying to figure out where everything is. Specialization is done. So we're going to go 5, which means I need to go right smack between there. Okay, I see. All right, so let's take this and cut that out, and then move that here. And it needs to sit right smack between the ability score improvement and the wizard followers, which you get at level 6. And that is what we do. Okay, so for example, no, this not going to apply. And I need to retool this. And I believe okay, when you reach, do I want to say that? How do I want to structure this? How do I want to? Okay, let's just go that way. At level 5, you have, and we will do some adjustments here. So let me just go take another quick break, because I should drink some more water because I keep forgetting to do so. So what am I trying to do here with this? Arcane Recovery. Imagine you had to redesign Arcane Recovery, and while you were doing that, you needed to do it with a system that did not use spell slots. I'll see you later, Prepare, Cook and Survive. If I didn't spot you sooner, I'm sorry. Your phone is dying? No problems. I know you've got to take off. It's all good. For every pint of blood ingested, how much magic do you regain? that's. I think that's more Warlock. So this is what I'm going to type in here. What changes do you think Arcane Recovery requires if you don't have a spell slot system? There's a question for you. I wonder if any of you can figure that one out. I'd be quite interested to know what you come up with. But yes, we're doing a lot of new features today. I didn't realize how much we'd got through. I'm going to go take a break, come back, and we're going to smash my way through Arcane Recovery, which is really only an old feature in name, because the new feature is going to look a bit different. 5 minutes or less, I'll be back. Okay, all right, we're back in here. Back in the seat, dealing with Arcane Recovery. So here's one of the first things I need to probably do before I jump into this, and that is I had a thought around what to do with the last feature of our class, and I like the idea that you could actually make your own spell at level 20. So level 20, research and create your own spell of any level. I think that is something I need to add in, and I will. It's there. Okay. What's going on? Oh, I've got things crawling over my eyes. Okay, that's not good. Let's get rid of this. Let's go back to where I was with Arcane Recovery and deal with that and bring that across. And I need to change my water around because I'm running out of water and I'm getting dry and it's hot in my office. It's hot in the office today. Today has been very productive. I got a lot done. What is it? Maybe it restores a lost spell equal to half the wizard's level or lower. I think the question is, when does this happen if there is no short rest? I had thought about that. I had really thought about that. If ley lines or something similar. So here's where I have. This is where my head is going with that feature. I had thought about this and I decided roughly sort of how to structure it. But it's a good question. Because that is the factors. When is it going to happen? So this is the feature we're going to restructure completely. So, at level 5, you have learned to regain some of your magical energy by studying your spell book. Right. Once per day, and I'm fine with that. So once per day when you spend 10 minutes studying your spell book, you can recover a lost spell. And we get rid of all of this. This doesn't mean anything. Now, what does that mean? So we've probably got to make it a bit clearer to what we're actually trying to do here and what we're trying to say. So I want to give 10 minutes. I do not want to give a short rest. I don't want to use a short rest mechanic. I don't want to use 5 minutes. I think 10 minutes is a good time frame. I think that works for me, and we're going to use that as our benchmark. Although I'm also tempted to go, you need to spend an hour doing it, but then it looks like a short rest, doesn't it? So right now we're going to go with 10 minutes. The time it takes to sort of cast a ritual. So once per day when you spend 10 minutes studying your spellbook, you can recover a lost spell. A lost spell is when the spell when a spell fails to be cast when you miss with a spell attack roll, fail a spell casting check, or the target succeeds on the spell saving throw. So one of the things that I'm going to do with the wizard, which I haven't actually written up at this present time, but this is what I'm kind of leaning into. Like the cleric right now, what I do is if you have a spell that has an attack roll and you fail to hit, you lose the spell for the rest of the day. You can't cast it again. Okay? This is what I want to do with the wizard. If you fail a spell casting check, which only applies to a spell that doesn't have an attack roll, a spell casting spell attack roll, or a saving throw attached to it, then you still have to make a spell casting check for those spells. Okay? The other thing is with a saving throw, for a spell like Fireball, if the enemy succeeds, the spell does not go off. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, oh, hang on, how's that work? But bear with me, okay? It'll make sense to a certain degree. Probably won't make sense until I start writing stuff out. So that is where I'm sort of aiming for. So a lost spell is when a spell fails to be cast, when you miss with the spell attack roll, or fail a spell casting check, or the target succeeds on the spell saving throw. Okay, so those are the things. The spell can be of any level provided that it was lost due to failing to cast the spell. Okay. Does it make sense? Hopefully it does. It may not make sense. I know without context with what I'm actually putting in there, it's probably not going to make a lot of sense. I know that's going to be confusing. Maybe it works like when a person sometimes can't remember something until they stop thinking about it, and for a little and while, okay, all right, yep, and they remember whatever it was. The once per, yep. Limit is already limiting using it all the time. Yeah, the intention is not to have it be used all the time. I guess I'm old school because I don't think, what's this? I don't think you can recover anything before a long rest, or you risk damaging magic draining you. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know that if I necessarily say that. I would say, yeah, nah, not really. I don't think so. What's a reasonable amount of time to be able to rememorize your spell and that you've lost, that you can't cast for the day? And 10 minutes, is 10 minutes long enough? Let's actually go with 30 minutes. 30 minutes. It's a nice number. Okay, so that's that one. Right, now, you guys are still wanting me to deal with, I believe, if I'm right, you're still wanting me to deal with new stuff rather than old stuff. I don't think that poll has changed that much. No, it's not shifting around that much at all. 19 votes. So I guess we continue dealing with new features rather than old features, which feels very back to front, but we'll deal with that. That's fine. So now I think it's at this point, since I can't go either any further back into new stuff without dealing with old stuff, there isn't anything else to sort of contend with at this present time. Spell casting is revamping old stuff, so we're not going to deal with that. What we will do is we will go back to where I had skipped one of the features. Level 20. There's a level 20 feature, and I had skipped it. I'd also skipped the Mage Traveler feature. So those are things that I probably should tackle today. So let's deal with in spell mastery. Well, I don't know about this. It's not going to work. I can tell you. So signature spell. Signature spells is going to be called signature spell. So when you reach 20th level, you gain mastery over 2 powerful spells. You can cast them with little effort. Choose 2 3rd level wizard spells in your spellbook as your signature spells. You always have these spells prepared. They don't count against the number of spells you have prepared, and you can cast each of them once at 3rd level without expending a spell slot. When you do so, you can't do so again until you finish a long or short rest. For me, this has always been a bullshit feature. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace it with something else. I'm going to replace it with what I think people want to be able to do with a wizard at high level. One of the things you'll notice, right, when you play a wizard, one of the most common things that people want to do is to be able to create their own spell. Not necessarily make a magic item, but actually create their own spell that they can utilize, that they created, that maybe has their name of their character connected to. It goes right back to original D&D, goes right back to AD&D, where people, a lot of the names of spells in the player's handbook for 5e are a product of Gary's characters and various characters played with Gary and his children creating spells that were incorporated into the game. And so that's what we want to do, I think, at level 20. This is the right time to do it. Why? Because it really, who gives a fuck if the players, when they're level 20, make a 9th level spell that's overpowered? Because it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter now. It really doesn't. So why not give them that ability to make a spell at level 20? They can make that crazy spell and it won't matter in the slightest, because you can't get any crazier than a spell like Wish, which is a 9th level spell. You could not make a spell any more crazy than Wish. So as a game master, you don't really need to worry about balance anymore, because they're level 20 and they're probably going to want to make a 9th level spell. They might not, but this is where we need, I think this is what we need to do. So when you reach level 20, when you reach 20th level, you can create your own magical spell of any level desired. Some of us can't vote on the. Oh, does it? I don't know why it's doing that. It shouldn't be doing that, but if it's doing that, that's just a pain in the butt, because I don't want that to happen. If you can't vote, just put your feedback into the chat. I mean, that's probably the easiest way to go. We're going to get to everything eventually anyway. And heck, we've done so much today, it's not even remotely funny just how much we've done. So what I want to do is, I remember Wizards of the Coast was playing around with spells that allowed you to create spells, and really it was going to open up a smorgasbord of problems because it was accessible at such a low level. At this point, this is what makes sense to give to a wizard. You've been able to make a magic item, and now you should be able to make a spell. This is what we want to do. Yes, they do, and they will have weaknesses. Wizards have weaknesses, don't you worry. They will have weaknesses. I've toned down a few things. I really have. I've toned down a few things. There are some aspects to spell casting that I think should not be able to interact with each other. I haven't actually stated it, but I was going to state because I know what people tend to do is if they'll pick up wizard and then they'll pick up some way of wearing armor, and because in 5e there's no penalty for wearing armor if you cast spells as a wizard, right? There's no penalty, and there should be. If you go back to the older versions of the game, you could not cast spells in armor. There was something called spell failure percentage. I think spell failure percentages are a stupid idea because it's highly complicated. But what is really simple is if you wear armor, leather armor, medium armor, light, medium armor, or heavy armor, you can't cast spells as a wizard because that's not what you do. That is not how you're trained. And no matter what bloody feat you decide to pick up won't change that. And that, I think, needs to be tied and connected to the wizard. It should always have been there. That's why they have the spell mage armor in the first place. And why they have shield, although shield probably should not exist because it's way too strong. It does a lot more than it used to. So Pale Rider, I totally agree, but I want them to be able to make a spell at level 20. I think that's the time that it should happen. So let's have a look at what Wizards of the Coast has cooked up in the Unearthed Arcana, which I think is Unearthed Arcana 7 playtest. And they had signature spells. They had a bunch of other things here. We've moved things around. Memorize spell. What does memorize spell actually do? I'm kind of curious now as to what memorize spell does. 5. So it's level 5, is it? Moving down. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. 5. Scholar. While studying magic, you can also specialize in academic field. Choose one of the following skills in which you are proficient. Arcana, don't you have expertise? Yeah, I've never been fond of expertise as a mechanic myself. I think I prefer the arcane knowledge concept. So what I've done is kind of similar to what they're trying to do, but what they're trying to do is give you expertise. And I really don't. I just let's get rid of the random aspect of it. That's what I think we do. Anyway, now level 5 here. Memorize spell. Study your spell for 1 minute, and you can expend mental and magical effort to memorize a spell. Choose one spell of level 1 or higher from your spell block that you don't have prepared. You have that spell prepared until what a bollocks feature that is. Okay, all right. I don't like that at all. Spellbreaker. I think it's a spell. And I'm wondering how they structured that spell when they put it together. Rules glossary, spells. Maybe it's not in here. Maybe it's not in here. It might not be in here. It might be in a different unearthed arcana. Okay, all right, that doesn't matter. That's fine. I will just proceed with what I had planned to do in the first place. All right, so back over here. Let's have a look. Okay, so when you reach level 20, you can create your own magical spell of any level. You must determine the name, determine the spell name. Now, we need to break this down into how do you make a spell. And I don't really do a lot of spell creation myself, so we just need the basic structure, don't we? The spell name, level, school of magic, casting time, range, components, duration, and description. Okay, so what do we got here? You must determine the spell name, level, school of magic, casting time, range, components, duration, and description. The process of making a new spell takes now 1 day for each level of the spell. So if it's a 9th level spell, it will take you 9 days. If it's a 1st level spell, it'll take you 1 day. Okay. That's what I want to put in there. And then we need to put in a little provision, because you cannot have people making spells for wizards without having some sort of control over it. So the final spell created is approved by the game master before it is included into play. I think that's what I want to say. Okay, so let's just make sure I got this right. When you reach 12th level, you can create your own magical spell of any level desired. You must determine the spell name, level, school of magic, casting time, range, components, duration, and description. The process of making a new spell takes 1 day for each level of the spell. The final spell created is approved by the game. The final spell created must be approved by the game master before it is included into play. And I think that is our signature spell. That is a 20th level feature. That there, getting to make your own spell, is a 20th level feature. I think that is... Now, I haven't said that you can only make one spell or multiple spells. I've just said at level 20, you can make your own spells. Now, for some of us who've played this game, I know there'll be a few people out there who've made spells at much lower levels. But I figure you've now mastered the art. Creating your own spells, this is the time to do it, level 20. That's where my head is at. It's not going to come up very often because you're probably not going to be level 20 unless you play a game all the way through or you play a one-shot and you're level 20. So it's probably not going to come into play a lot, but let's get real. How cool is being able to make your own spell of any level? And you just got to get approval from the game master. I'm sure there are plenty of people who already do this, but that means you can make a 9th level spell and you can make it stupidly powerful. And as long as the game master approves the way you've constructed it, she's ready to go. I know for my group, they're going to look at this and say that's exactly what should be there. Although I might be wrong. It's always possible. It has happened. But the spell that you make becomes your signature spell. This is the spell that you are known for. It has always been my desire as a wizard to be able to have my own spell that I created in the game. And so I'm fine with it being at level 20. It actually makes a lot of sense. All right. So now that I've done that, it is not top of the hour, and we move on to our next feature, which is spell mastery. The problem with spell mastery is it's probably not going to work with what I had planned in the first place. Because spell mastery is dependent on the old system of casting, there's no point having it. I actually need to replace it with something completely different. So, and I have marked it as a 17th level spell, a 17th level ability. So let's just make sure that we've got spell mastery 17th level. I'm pretty sure we do. And that's there. That's done. Spell mastery is level 17. That's fine. That can stay there. And then we just go back and we do some adjustments. Okay, let's go down. Down. I feel like I'm dealing with everything else but the things I probably should be. Okay, so at 17th level, you have achieved such mastery over certain spells that you can cast them at will. Okay. Choose a first level wizard spell and a second level wizard spell that is in your spell book. You can cast these spells at their lowest level without expending a spell slot when you have them prepared. If you want to cast either spell at a higher level, you must expend a spell slot as normal. By spending 8 hours in study, you can exchange one or both spells you choose for different spells of the same level. So there's almost nothing there that I can keep because it would be completely pointless. The problem is, what is this trying to achieve and what do I want to achieve with it? That's my big problem. And I'm not entirely sure. They made some changes to spell mastery, I suppose, in the Unearthed Arcana. We could have a look at that. What of my list of things that I'm supposed to achieve? So the wizard is too powerful. I haven't really made the power wizard that much more powerful. Complicated. I haven't taken the complicated part out yet. I haven't done that yet. Removing Vancian magic, I haven't done that. Mishap, no, I haven't done that. I have eliminated that idea though. That's not going to happen. Although it could happen. Ring of, or Book of Unlimited. Now, this here is something else now. So we'll get rid of this. We have done with followers. I've done the followers stuff, so I'll get rid of this. The legendary magic item, I think we have dealt with that. The Wizard Guild, we've done with that. We've got our mid-level apprentice stuff going on, so that's fine. Access to a horse. I don't know about the elephant. I don't think an elephant's a good idea, but we've got something like that going on. Make that there, leave that there. Level 20 research. We have created our own spell. Okay, now we're dealing with a feature which I'm really not hugely sure what I should do with. To be honest, I'm not exactly sure how I approach this one. So let's have a look at what we have so far with this. Spell Mastery, because they redid Spell Mastery, didn't they? Did they do anything that was worthwhile with it? Okay. So you have achieved such mastery over certain spells that you can cast them at will. All right. Choose a... Okay, so it's basically the same. It's really doing nothing else. And I guess, if anything, Spell Mastery doesn't do anything for the game that I would play, because we wouldn't operate this way. So there's a problem. I don't know what else you would do with that. Spell Mastery right now just looks like that to me. It doesn't look like it's super useful in any way whatsoever. So what is another aspect of this that we can deal with? I think what we will do is let's make something else and leave this alone for now. Let's go to Mage Traveler. Now, Mage Traveler was supposed to be a way of traveling the world using a vehicle. I am not entirely sure that we need to do that with a wizard. My first instinct is maybe we can leave that alone and not have something like that. Or we do something that's a bit more special. In other words, include something that we haven't looked at this present time, and then build out from there and do something completely different to what everybody else has got, but not give them something that's far superior than everybody else's features. What works for the wizard? Let's go with Mage Traveler. We're going to do this. So hashtag. What vehicles would a wizard or mage make or use to travel the world? I think that's the question. Some of us can't vote, and what have you got here, Pale Rider? You've written something and I can't see it. Okay, so let's have a look at it. Beginning at 14th level, your character can travel the world quickly with a specialized weapon. It's a vehicle, so I want to... so let's do something like this. Beginning at 14th level, your character can travel the world quickly with a specialized vehicle. That was not gifted. I don't like the idea. It was. And that was built. built. Yeah, let's see. Built or purchased built or purchased. Okay, so beginning at 14th level, your character can travel the world quickly with a specialized vehicle that was built or purchased. Built or purchased. I think that's all I want to have here. Let's go here, wizard. And the visitor vehicle is used to spread the... No, it's not at all. This is unimportant. This is not what they do. The wizard vehicle is used to... the wizard vehicle is used to navigate the world and access ancient and new magical knowledge. I think that's fine. Vehicles available to, and let's do this. Wizard. We're going to get rid of the galley. A galley is basically a type of, kind of like a type of warship, really. So we're going to get rid of the galley. I don't think they should have a galley. A sailing ship, I'm fine with a sailing ship. A carpet, a broom, some kind of... Oh, what's this? Some kind of steampunk titan. Okay. Vehicles available to the wizard are sailing ships, submarines, wagons. So, flying carpet. Let's get real. If you're a wizard and you don't have a flying carpet, you feel like there's something wrong. Correct? So I agree. Absolutely. I don't know about broom. I feel like that's a witch. That feels more like witchy poo. So a flying carpet, though, absolutely. And what about a airship? Air balloon can be selected with approval from the Game Master. Now, let's have a look here. This is going to be interesting. Well, let's get real. Flying carpet makes it stand out from everything else. Wagons, sailing ships, submarines, wagons, flying carpet, and air balloon can be selected. Is there anything else that we really want to include in here that sort of makes sense? Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough. It may not be enough, but maybe it is. A steampunk titan. I don't know that I want to put a steampunk titan in there. I know you're talking about a walking like a walking statue. Problem is with a walking statue, and I think the reason why I would move away from the idea of the walking statue is they want to use the walking statue as a combat vehicle. That's not really what this is supposed to be about. This is really about being able to travel from one place to another. But maybe we can do something else that's like it. Does anybody remember an old movie, a Sinbad movie called, I think it's The Golden Voyages of Sinbad? And that particular character, the evil sort of wizard, he could animate things. He could create something that would animate something. So maybe we can make an animated whatever that would allow them to travel from one place to another. That would be kind of interesting. Sailing ship, submarine, wagons, flying carpet, and air balloon. I'm not completely sure what that's going to look like. It's a little bit more difficult than I thought it would be. Shouldn't be surprised. Giving the wizard something without getting too silly is going to be hard. I don't want to give them a flying fortress. A flying ship feels like flying carpet. Flying ship. Or air balloon can be selected with approval from the game master. I think that's going to be fine. Flying ship. We'll just structure it that way. That covers pretty much all the things we need to deal with. Underwater, across land, in the air, on water, underwater, on land, over land. I think that's enough. There's nothing hugely special about that compared to, I think I gave the fighter probably even more options than this. The only thing I didn't give them was the air balloon or the flying carpet. Okay, so Mage Traveller. Let's go to Mage Traveller, which is on 14. Mage Traveller. Okay, cool. We have done a whole bunch of work today, and there are some blank areas. They might stay blank, they might not. I don't know. I haven't decided. I haven't decided if we need to try to squeeze more into this, or whether it's actually fine. Because the thing is, like, every time you get more spells, like, you're getting more as the class, as a class thing that you can do, right? Your spells is all your special abilities, really. Ultimately, in the end, your spells are what make everything work. Yep. So it's probably not necessary to get too silly about this. And I feel like this one could be ported to here, but I'm not going to do that. That one could be ported to there, and that would fill that spot. And then this one could be ported, well, yeah. So I feel like I'm reasonably happy with the amount of things that you're getting. Okay, so now let's deal with this bit. I was going to do the strongholds, but I know my brain is starting to freeze up, and rather than try to deal with my brain freezing up and trying to go over something that I'm not ready to deal with, which would be the Mage Tower Permit. I'm not going to deal with the Mage Tower Permit today, or the Spell Mastery. I'm going to leave those. Instead, I think what I'll do is I'm going to go right down to the beginning and start with these features here. Okay, spell casting. As a student of arcane magic, you have a spell book containing spells that show the first glimmers of your true power. Okay. Okay, true power. See rules for the general rules on spell casting and the spell list for the wizard. Okay, so I think what I do need to add into here, and I'll add it right now. Wizards are not able to cast spells while wearing any type of armor. That's it. That's where it needs to be, I reckon. It's always been a nonsense when they took that restriction away. It should have been there from the get-go. So we're going to put that in. Bold, underline. I think I've got that bit done. Let's go back to here. And I'm going to just close this up. And I just need to get the structure of my my wizard sorted out. Roughly, where are we? Okay, all right. We're doing really well. Progress is working. It's working fine. So cleric, so wizard class features. What is this? 16. Okay. Let's go down. Wizard class features. And I think, there's no space. It's a 16 and it's all an aerial. It's 11. Okay, all right. So that's 16. Bold. 11 aerial. As a wizard, you gain the following class features. So, hit points. I'm not looking to turn the wizard into a D4 character because, I mean, you know, if you're going to kill anything, killing a wizard's actually not that difficult to do. It's pretty easy. You just need to target them. You shoot enough stuff at them and they will die. It's fine. Things like shield, obviously, in 5e stop that from happening. But I think we'll be fine. I think what we'll just do here is make it a 16. And I'll bold that up. And then I think, what was it? Is this all bolded along here? It is. I don't think I need to change any of that really. I'm going to leave it as it is. Bold. Bold. Bold there. Full stop. Full stop, not going to change any of that. And then bold. If people hadn't figured it out, you know, you could do this under Creative Commons and you'd be fine. There'd be no real issues. You could do your own thing and release it and publish it under Creative Commons, and then like you're all good. You know what I mean? Anyway, so that's the hit points. I'm fine with all of that. Proficiencies, we were going to deal with proficiencies because there are a few things I had in mind for that. I believe it is the 16 and it's bold, and then I just go down and do all the rest. Okay, cool. So let's do that. Bold and 16. And then we want armor in a language that I understand. None. Weapons. Daggers, darts, slings, quarterstaff, light crossbow. So it's very, very specific about what sort of things you get, and I'm kind of wondering whether we need to expand that a little bit, or do we need to contract it a little bit? Because the reality is, you're never really going to use a light crossbow if you've got cantrips. Why would you bother? I just don't understand why we even have that there as an option. I suppose you could say, well, at least it gives you the option to do that if you want to. But I'm just wondering if it's necessary. So I'm going to go here, bold. Did I actually do this right? Shields, armor, none. Okay, all right. Don't think it matters. Weapons. Might review weapons. Tools. I'm not going to give them a tool. I don't think they need to have a tool proficiency. Saving throws. I'm not going to change the saving throws. I'll just leave them as they are. That's all fine. There's skills. I'm going to change the skill section for sure. I can know that. People have seen me change around the skills. Basically, you get 2 skills, but since I'm going to decouple skills from the backgrounds, I'm going to give you 4 skills. But there's 1 skill you don't get to choose. You just get it, and that'll be Arcana. There's no point saying, oh, you could choose to take Arcana as a wizard, or you could choose not to take Arcana as a wizard. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So I think it should be baked completely into the class, and that's what I'll do. So maybe I should do that and then start working on the weapons section. Let's do that first. Let's go here and copy, and I'm going to take that out because I don't think that you should be restricted into the sorts of things you could select as a wizard. I want them to be able to have options around things. Okay, the wizard. The wizard has, now I'm actually thinking it probably should be just one. Here's one standard skill, and then choose 3 skills. 3 skills from the ones you don't already have, and I think that's probably where I want it to be. Let's bold that. Okay. All right. Just need to check a couple of things, make sure I've got it down the way I want it. Okay, so that's fine. That's all good. Are there some skills that a wizard would normally have? I wonder if there's something that I really need to put in there. I'm going to make this a bit bigger because this is quite small. It's hard for me to see as it is. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Oh, this is the wrong one. This is the cleric. I'm not looking at the wizard, am I? I'm looking at the cleric right now. Okay, that is expanded. Okay. So do I give them 1 skill that are standard, or do I give them 2 skills that are standard? Do I change their weapons? All right, I'm not too sure. I'm going to go take a break, have a think about that. Maybe I should ask that question. Have any of you got any ideas? Hashtag. What skills do you think the wizard should always have? What skills? Now, what skills do you think the wizard should always have? Let's ask that question, see what people have to say. And I will go take another break, use the toilet, and come back and work on be the last hour or so. 5 minutes or less, I'll be back. We're doing all right. We're doing pretty well. All right. See how we go. It's been odd. People have been more interested in seeing new features than reviewing old features, which I didn't really expect. Just watching. All right, so the percentages are changing, but not that much. Undecided, just watching the biggest number. Okay, all right, that's cool. Let's truck on over to here and start dealing with what am I doing with weapons, and is there any necessity to add any more additional skills? I honestly think that the wizard's only standard skill they should definitely have always is Arcana, and the other ones can be just something you choose. So I don't think that you need to worry too much about them. So I'll leave that for now. I'm going to look at weapons. And the reason I want to look at weapons is because I'm not entirely sure that it's necessary to have weapons structured the way they are. So I'm going to grab the, this is BECME D&D, basic D&D. Let's have a look at the magic user and see what the magic user had in terms of weaponry that they had access to. So I'm pretty sure it'll be pretty basic. 19. Okay, so under weapons. So here we go. Armor. A magic user cannot wear any kind of armor and cannot use a shield, which is fine. I think that's all good. And next, weapons. A magic user can only use a dagger as weapons. Optionally, at the DM's discretion, a magic user can use a staff. Okay, I see what they got. They got the staff from that way. Staff, a blowgun, a flaming oil, holy water, net, throwing rock, sling, or a whip. Okay, so they've ported some ideas over from the older version of D&D. They haven't ported everything over, though, have they? They only ported some stuff over. Interesting. Okay, so let's see. Whip. Do I want to include whip? I kind of like the idea. Does it fill everything? Let's add whip here. Whip. What else do they have here that we could potentially use? They've got sling. We've already got sling. We've got dart. We've got dagger. They've got here net. I'm not against the idea of a net. Let's put net. A net. I don't know you can necessarily be using a net, but yeah. Throwing rocks, nah, not really. Holy water, nah. Flaming oil, no. A blowgun's an interesting idea. Let's include blowgun. Dagger. Dart, sling, quarterstaff. Let's go here, go cut. No, wrong place. Paste. Okay, fine with that. Quarterstaff light. We'll shift that to there. Quarterstaff. Let's just go staff, quarterstaff, staff, quarterstaff, staff. Let's go quarterstaff. And go cut. And paste. We'll add staff as well. Doesn't seem like an unreasonable thing. And okay. Alright, so we've filled that out a little bit more. It's a little bit more than there was before. Let's have a look at what AD&D had. First edition. AD&D, first edition. Let's see what the magic user had. Have they taken anything away? Have they included something that they didn't include before? 50, 25. 25, let's have a look at that. 25. magic user. It's ranger magic user. So what can the magic user actually use? Probably not very much. Tomb magic users weak in combat. They have no missile weapons for them all. No. Oh. Scrolls, wands, staves, and many other items. Yes. Staves, no. What have we got here? It doesn't really spell anything out. It's pretty light on information. Illusionist. Magic daggers, artifacts. Okay. Careful to instruction to keep in cord. Okay, so alright, I think that's told me very little. There's not much going on there. Let's have a look at HowtoDandD second edition. And the magic user, where are we? Mage, wizard. Okay, it's 42. 42. Schools of magic. Wizard. Code of conduct, spell casting. Well, it doesn't say very much. It says very little, in fact. It doesn't really state as such anything. Okay, spells are tools, weapons, and armor of a wizard. He's weak at a toe-to-toe fight, but prepared to him. Yeah, yes, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't actually state anything. Okay, firstly, most spells. Wizards cannot wear any armor for several reasons. Firstly, most spells require complicated gestures and odd postures for the caster, and armor restricts the wearer's ability to do these properly. Secondly, the wizard spends his youth. Yes. I understand all this. Blah. Oh, here we go. There are limits to those willing to use research. So hence, a wizard can use a dagger, a staff, items that are traditionally useful for magic studies. Other weapons allowed are darts, knives, slings. I see where they've got this. Weapons that require little skill, little strength, or both. Okay. So they've kind of limited it to things that don't require a lot of strength. Okay, I think we're good then. I think with the weapons side of things, I've added a few things that I don't think are really strength based. I think somebody who's quite weak could probably handle them. You could train them up and that. I think that would be fine. So that's not an issue as far as I'm concerned. What's the next thing? Let's go with equipment. I haven't done equipment yet, so we can do equipment. And I will just grab this down here. Oh, I'm getting hungry. I'm getting the munchies. I need to stick some food in my stomach. Proficiency equipment. Okay, so let's do equipment next. That would be the next most sensible thing to cover. Equipment. So bold and go 16. That's that. You start with the following equipment in addition to the equipment gained by your background. So we have a quarterstaff or a dagger. Why are we being so restrictive in terms of what you can pick? So we're saying, well, there's no other choice, but this is the way to go. A Scholar's Backpack or Explorer's Pack. I don't really want to do either of those. I think they're both going to be kind of sucky. So we're going to ditch this bit here. The Scholar Pack and the, why? I didn't actually bullet point these, so maybe I will bullet point these. So we'll bullet point these. A component pouch or an arcane focus. Okay, well, I'm fine with the arcane focus. I'm fine with the spell pouch. That's all good. Any one weapon the wizard is proficient with, I think that would be fine. Like it doesn't have to be a quarterstaff or a dagger as a starting point. Is it so cost proficient? You know, is it going to cost that much that we don't want to have them to have access to any of those things other than a dagger or quarterstaff? What's the big deal? Let's have a look here. So if I go down, and I have a look at weapons. So a dagger is 2 gold. A great club is not going to be something I'm going to be using. Quarterstaff is 2 silver, so it's pretty cheap. Spear, we're not using spears. A dart, well, darts, I don't think that darts should be a problem. Light crossbow is the only thing that's really expensive, 25 gold pieces. A short bow, sling, 1 silver. None of these are sort of standing out. It's like, oh, we've got to be concerned about that. Nets is 1 gold. Blowgun is 10 gold pieces. Well, I honestly don't think it matters in the slightest, so I'm just going to put down one weapon the wizard is proficient with. I think that is good enough. We don't have to get that complicated, do we? Alright, let's go there. You've got to have their spell book, so that's going there. I don't like the backpack, the Scholar's Backpack or the Explorer's Backpack. I think we need to have a wizard pack. We've been making packs for our classes, and I think what I will do is I will do the same thing again. Actually, I might just bold this one. This is a cleric, and we'll take this and we'll rebuild for a wizard copy and take it across, put it here, paste it. Okay. Now let's create a wizard pack. Bedroll, 10 candles. I'm fine with that. 10 chalk, 2 blocks of incense. Yeah, okay. No, investment, no. Fishing tackle, not really. I don't think that's going to be something that they'll be carrying with them. So we're going to get rid of those. A hunting knife. No. Not a hunting knife, but I give them a knife. They can have a knife. A hammer? I don't think so. Pitons, grappling hook, not really their thing. Healer's kit. I'm fine with the healer's kit. Holy water, absolutely not. A mess kit. Soap, pouch, portable shovel, absolutely not. That's not something that would be carrying. I don't think they'd have that. Torches, 10 torches. I don't think so, because you would probably just take just a handful. Let's go 2 torches. 10 days rations, I don't think so. Let's go with, is it 5 days rations? Water skin, You don't think they need a whetstone really. Rations. What are rations at? Rations. Most trips are going to be taking, what, maybe hopefully 5 days. So we'll give them 5 days rations. Water skin. A whetstone. I don't think so. Get rid of that. Whetstone. 50 feet of silk rope and 10 silver coins. Let's go with gold. Gold coins. I think that's going to be better. I want something that sort of stands out for them. Now, there's a whole bunch of things here that I think they should definitely have, because they're usually things as a cleric you wind up trying to pick up. So rather than starting out and they have to go and... This is one of the things that always annoys me, is when you start out as a character, there's a whole bunch of other things you would like to go and get, but you don't have them because they're not standard. You actually have to spend time to get them. So if you're going to have a starting kit, have a starting kit. If you're not going to have a starting kit, don't have a starting kit. But if you're going to give them a starting kit, which I think is a smart idea, just give them the things that they will need and be done with it. Okay, so if I have a look at the Scholar's Pack, a book of lore, a bottle of ink, an ink pen, 10 sheets of parchment, a little bag of sand, and a small knife. I think let's take this. Small knife. I like that idea. That's good. Candles don't actually weigh that much. Chalk weighs nothing. Incense weighs nothing. The healer's kit is probably makes sense. A mess kit so you can eat. Soap, pouch, tinderbox, 2 torches, 5 days rations, water skin, the rope, and 10 gold pieces. So let's include a bit more. We have a book of lore. I think that's a smart thing. Bottle of ink. An ink pen, because they would be wanting to write things down. 10 sheets of parchment is going to weigh nothing. Parchment, so let's include the parchment as well. A little bag of sand, I think. Okay. Of sand. What else? What else are we missing here? A small knife. We've got that soap pouch, 10 candles. Okay, let's have a look at some of the other things that were supposed to be here. Explorer's kit. What did the Explorer's Pack have? Bedroll, mess kit, tinderbox. Did I have tinderbox? We did. Torches, rations, water skin, hemp rope. Let's go straight to yeah. Silk rope's fine. Okay, so that's that. Now, what have we got in the actual equipment section that we could add here and make it a bit more interesting? That isn't too heavy. I'm not really wanting to give them something that's really, really heavy. They're not having to buy armor. So things like not having to buy armor means that they should like get more stuff. So let's see what we can do with our list. So I'm looking at page 150, trying to figure out what else I think I should give to a wizard so they don't have to go and buy some shices, some shizers stuff. An abacus. I don't think they need an abacus on the field. It's not really their thing. A acid vial would be cool, but I don't know. It's pretty expensive. We'll leave that alone. And then alchemist fire, no. Antitoxin is quite expensive. Doesn't weigh anything though. We've got arcane focuses, which they're going to get one, either that or a spell component pouch, so it doesn't really matter. Ball bearings. Ball bearings would be fun, but they've got the small bag of sand, which is pretty much intended to be thrown on somebody's face. Barrel, no. Basket, no. Bedroll, we've already got a bedroll. Bell. Now, why would they have a bell? Would they include a bell? Would they have a bell? No, I think we'll leave that. Blankets, no, we don't need that. Block, a book. Bottle, a glass bottle. I don't think so. Bucket. Caltrops. Caltrops would be fun. And I think we will give them caltrops because it is fun. B, here. Caltrops. And that is bag of 20. Let's include that. So they can escape when they need to. They need to be able to escape because they will have to run. Candles, we've got them. A case for your crossbow bolt, no. Case for a map or a scroll. Scroll case. I think that's a good idea. A scroll case. Let's include that. Let's get that in. What else? We've got the chalk. No climber's kit. Clothes. Oh, we're gonna, yeah, whatever. Component pouch. Crowbar. No, I don't think so. Fishing tackle. No. Flask, tankard, grappling hook. None of those. No holy symbols. No holy water. An hourglass. It's not practical. Hunting trap. No. Ink. We've got that. We've got an ink pen. We've got a way to look. Okay, magnifying glass would be cool, but no, I don't. It's too expensive. Leave that alone. Mess kit, we've got that. A steel mirror. Yeah, okay. Steel mirror, why not? Steel mirror, let's include that one. And what else? Oil, paper, we've got parchment already. Perfume, don't need that. Pitons, no, we'll leave them alone. Poison, iron pots, healing potions, no. We've got rations, we've got rope, don't need a sack. Sealing wax. Sealing wax actually makes a lot of sense. I actually think we should have sealing wax in here. So let's put sealing wax in here. Sealing wax. Let's give them a signal whistle as well. A signal whistle. Signal, yes. Signal whistle. Signet ring. Maybe. Spellbook they've already got. Spyglass. Tinderbox. Torches. Vial. And I think we might give them a vial. STUV vial. Empty vials. Empty times 2. We'll give them 2 of them. And yeah, we will just give them the signet ring as well. They're not getting that much. It's not a big. I don't think it's signal whistle, signet ring. Okay. All right. I think that's pretty much got all of. I think that's a decent pack. We get rid of the old pack. That's Scholar's pack and the Explorer's pack. We don't need that. Get rid of that. Unnecessary. And yeah, and none of that stuff's particularly heavy. None of that is particularly expensive. I think that'll be fine. I don't think we need to worry too much about it. It gives them a whole bunch of things that they can sort of use related to their character. Okay, cool. Casting magic. It looks like I might be onto casting magic. Caltrips. So this is interesting. I think at this point I might actually stop for today and come back and deal with the spell casting aspect of things, which is really getting trimmed down quite a lot, and the ritual casting. So I can actually put this in ritual casting. I can go put that in right now and it won't make any difference to what's going on here, so I can do that right now. So much for me stopping. I thought I was going to stop. You can cast a wizard spell as a ritual if the spell has the ritual tag and you have the spell in your spell book. That's it. There is no preparing spells anymore. We're not doing that. Spell focus. Let's come to spell focus. Let's do the spell focus section. Just bold and underline. You can use an arcane focus, see the adventuring gear section as a spell focus for your wizard spells. Okay, and that's probably all that we need to say there. As for the extra bit here, that's sort of, don't worry about it. What else do I need to do? Hello, prepare, cook and survive. Sorry, Fred. Was painting thinking the pack would have incense. Yeah, I did. I put incense in it. I put incense in there. I put incense into it. So I've included incense. I'm just thinking about how I want to structure this and what I need to remove and what I need to keep. And there are obviously a few things that I need to keep, a few things I need to get rid of. I'm using that structure. We're not preparing spells anymore. Okay, do I want to eliminate some of this? Yeah, I think we do. Let's take this section, because we don't have spell slots anymore. We're getting rid of them. And we go right down to here, and I think that'll be right. I think I can cut that bit out there and make it a little bit easier to understand what's going on. It will not be wisdom, it'll be something else. That's fine. Cool. Spell book. I need to have information on the spell book, so I need to keep that section. Cantrips, I'll need to explain that as well. Okay, all right. I think roughly I just need to highlight the sections that I'll need to deal with for next time, and that'll be this bit. So I'll highlight that. So I'm coming back to work on that next time, and then go down. I've done this and done this. This section I haven't sorted, so I need to go down and highlight. Copying. That's still to be sorted out. That's all done. That's done. That's done. It's all finished. We haven't done this bit. That's all finished, and we've got that little bit there. Okay. So what have I got? I've got 1, 2 things, and what would probably be counted as a third thing right here around this stuff. Okay, I'm reasonably happy with finishing there for today. Come back and tidy up the rest of it, and then include anything else that I might deal with. That should be reasonably easy to deal with. I should be able to get that done, hopefully in less than like 4 or 5 hours. I've done most of the work for the wizard today. Literally, I have got most of it down, much to my surprise. So there's not that much left to go over, because there's still the wizard mishap table. Like, I still have to do the wizard mishap table. I have forgotten about that. Yes, I will still have to do that. Okay, all right, and that'll have to be written up from scratch. I won't be able to start with anything that's already existing. That's all fine. That's all fine. It's all fine. Okay. All right. Cool. Nice. Not bad. A good amount done in today. More than I was expecting. What is this? Prepare, cook, and survive. My favourite one of these. You have fixed. Absolutely smashed it, Fred. So prepare, cook, and survive. Are you talking about the wizard? Do you think that I've actually done a decent job with the wizard today in terms of the things that need to be changed and adjusted? Are you saying it? This is good. Is that what you're saying? I did all right. Because I was really, really worried about the wizard. One of the reasons why I'm worried about what I do with the wizard, so I would very much like to know, are you saying that I did a really good job with the wizard today? Is that what you're saying? Please let me know. One of the biggest problems I have with the wizard is because I love playing wizards so much, I was concerned that I would not be as brutal as I need to. Yes, Fred, very good job. Hey, thank you then. I think that people will be more happy with what I have planned the next time we come back to this, which I think is going to be next Friday, because I don't think I have a Game Master Roundtable coming up, because Wally has still been sick and we haven't organised anything. So it's probably going to be next week. It might not be, but it probably will be. And yeah, so, but because I love playing the wizard, I was worried that I would not be willing to do some of the more brutal things that need to happen, like not being able to cast spells in armor, and trying to give them a whole lot more features that made them even stronger than they were before, which is very easy to wind up doing. Like I've tended to do that with a lot of the other class revamps. But what I think is working is by not actually focusing on the wrong things. Like, I shouldn't be focusing on combat, because I don't need to worry about that for the wizard. But things like their ability to recall knowledge. So that's why arcane knowledge makes so much sense to include into the game. And then the arcane traditions are really things that you've seen before, but with a more of a wizard sort of focus. The Mage Guild stuff I'm actually quite happy with, and a lot of the things we wound up putting in there are not things that I had thought of. So the idea of the guild providing you with the spell components you need to buy for your spells, so you don't have to worry about where to go to buy them. You can get them from your guild. I think that's a great addition. It's such a simple one too. The fact that you get access to the ability to buy spell books and spell scrolls and potions at a normal price from the guild. So you don't have to worry about, where's the magic shop? No, you don't go to the magic shop, but the only thing you can get is spell books, spell scrolls, and potions. These are all consumable, so that it's not a big deal. And then the permission to use the guild's network of spell teleportation circles, I think, is also a really clever idea. I think that that idea that Fred Huber put forward was brilliant. I think it makes so much sense. And then I guess the other thing that was sort of sticking out was arcane recovery. Well, basically, we're going to get you back one of your spells. It's not going to be a certain number of spells. It's just going to be one. It's a level 5 feature. It's still a big deal, really, when you think about it. Losing a spell, but then you can pick one that you've lost to bring it back and spend 30 minutes to do so just by studying your spell book. I think that's going to work. The Wizard Followers was really interesting too, because normally I give all of the classes an apprentice of some kind, but this one is using Unseen Servants, and then there's a third edition, which is you get a handful of mages. Mages are so much more powerful than some of the other things you get, but you really couldn't put them into a fight. They're going to die. Like they're not gonna. It's not like the fighter who has a bucket load of troops at their disposal. Cheers. Just makes sense having components at the guild, and F's idea. Yeah, F exactly. I don't like the cloning idea. The reason I don't like the cloning idea is I want characters to be able to bloomin' well die. There's too many things that are keeping characters from not dying. But that doesn't stop you from incorporating that kind of idea into your game. But I really did like the idea of components and being able to access spell books and spell scrolls and the teleportation circle. But I feel like the followers is works pretty well, and it's not. I don't feel like it's overpowered. Arcane specialization. So we're basically just giving you a +1 to your spell attack roll, your spell saving throw, or your spell casting check, if you are using a spell related to your specialized school of magic, and that's a very simple thing. Most of the time, I feel like the schools of magic are kind of pathetic. Do you know what I mean? They're not really, they don't tie down anything in particular. This feature's very, very basic. I would say it's even more basic than what Wizards of the Coast came up with. But it still works. If I can think of something else, then maybe I'll do that. The Mage Traveller, I like the idea. I thought that the idea of adding the flying carpet was inspired. I think that's a very good idea. I like the idea of the portal pilgrim being able to take medium-sized creatures through the portal, but being able to bring through a colossal-sized vehicle. So that means that if you have a vehicle, you can actually get it through the portal and take it with you, which a lot of the times you would not be able to do with the other classes. The wizard would allow you to do that. It will just take 30 minutes to make the portal big enough to do so. The mystic item, I think the idea of them finding or creating their own magic item is really smart. And I like the idea of the signature spell, being able to make your own spell at really high level. Like, why is that not there? So I think that all works pretty well, as far as I'm concerned. Whether you agree with it doesn't really matter, because whatever I've done here, you can port over and do whatever you like in your own games. If you hadn't figured out, one of the reasons why, it's not one of the reasons, not the only reason, I'm doing it because I want to do it, because I'm sick and tired of playing things that I'm not really interested in, and playing classes that I think suck, or just don't do what they need to do, and also what my group wants to be able to play. But one of the biggest reasons for doing this is to show you that you can change the classes into something that suits you more and suits your particular group far more than whatever you're dealing with right now. If that inspires you to go and do that, great. And if you're happy with what I'm building, then you'll just take that on board when it becomes available on Patreon as a draft. And when it gets published, then maybe you'll buy it. But that's a long way off. Let's get real. I've got a lot more work to do yet before I can start thinking that way. Yeah. Level 20 own spell, brilliant touch, mate. Thank you. I was really worried about level 20. I was like, what the hell do you do for a wizard at level 20? And then I realized that Wizards of the Coast coming up with the create your own spell idea, and the fact that they've been making spells for wizards for years when they were playing original D&D, that was the thing that needed to be there. So yeah, I'm glad it all worked out in the end. Anyway, I am buggered and so tired and ready to go and do something else, which is basically cook food for myself. So I will go and do that. But I would like to say a huge thank you to everybody who's been here today and listening and watching. I would like to thank all of my patrons who support me on Patreon so I can keep doing this. I really do appreciate it. It's become more and more important as time has passed that Patreon is there. And I want to thank everybody who took part in the poll, been watching and listening. But I really want to thank those people who have been sticking it out for however many hours or however much time. Prepare, Cook and Survive. Thank you for your feedback. I want to say a huge thank you to Pale Rider, who's presented a whole bunch of really interesting ideas. I want to thank Negative Space also. Don't feel bad if I have not included all of your ideas. At least you can do this for your own game. I also want to thank Fred Huber, who's been really good, provided some really interesting ideas, and also reminded me to consider a few things that I had not considered when I had forgotten some stuff. I hadn't considered everything that I needed to consider, so I've made some adjustments. So thank you very much, Arch a Little. Thank you for being here as well, and Phil Cooney, who is probably off designing and doing his own thing right now, and Derp Awareness. And anybody else, Shiner, Wally DM, Core Blimey, there's so many of you. It's been a while. Anyway, thank you. So wherever you are in the world, whether it be the morning, the afternoon, the night, or the wee early morning, please look after yourself, your family, and your friends. Be nice to your neighbours. And I'll probably be back next week to keep doing some more of this and get it finished. So, hey, till next time, keep rolling those 20s.